So 3, 2, 1, go. Hey, Rooney. Yeah, I messed up. I wasn't gonna be running today because I was supposed to be working today. And then dispatch screwed up some stuff with calls and couldn't get any calls dispatched. So then I was like, well, screw it. Try to dispatch tomorrow, which is my vacation day, and I'll take today off. So then I was like, well, screw it. I'm gonna try to get some extra sleep because I was really tired and I overslept. Because I wanted to start 20 minutes before gain XP, and I'm starting 10 minutes after, so it means I'm going to run out of gain XP probably during my level cap. Split. Probably. Probably. That's okay. It should still mostly work. And honestly, I could just use this as a test. But I could just use this as a test and try to do this all at level 15. I'm gonna hit that, aren't I? This should be okay. Oops. I spelled cipher wrong. But Chifer. Oh god. So normally I would set my home point here, but I don't want to do that on this one because I started in North Sandy. I want my teleport to go to North Sandy when I finish level 5. It's the only difference between Port and North starting. Oh, shoot. Let's try to use this thing right away. Do the correct order this time. Last time I used the ring first, don't do that. Because then you can't use your scroll for like a few seconds. Oh, I didn't set this. Do this quick. Good. Why is it so hard to target? There's so many NPCs in here. Thank you for the good luck. Yeah, you were wondering why I was streaming so late the other night, Lurny. That's because I was doing a run. I did my first event run ever. I started an hour before Gain XP on Monday night. And that was too early, I found. So that's where I wanted to like adjust and start only 20 minutes before Gain XP. And I messed up, so now I'm starting 10 minutes after Gain XP, so like I said, we're probably going to run out of Gain XP during my leveling for level 50. But I could, like I said, I could try the idea, which is to go at level 50. And in that case, this would turn into a practice run, but I won't do that unless the run is not very good. I'll just suffer with no Gain XP for the last bit. If the run is like not great and I'm like pretty far behind in the early game, that's a problem because I didn't have a very good early game last time. So if that happens, that means that the run's really not gonna be super great. Oops. And I will, I'll just go for practice. I did the same thing. It's down for the next one. Oops, that's, okay. That's not the menu either. Okay, I only need to set some of these right now, and then I'll quickly change, or set the rest of the ROEs when I start running around North Sandy. So level 5 should be pretty quick, hopefully. Need that one, I need this. Total damage taken set too. Oops, I didn't need to attack. Probably gonna level here right away. Yeah. I need this thing to hit me. Dang it. I'm gonna level on the next one again. That's unfortunate, but not that big a deal, I guess. I'm not gonna get credit for that rabbit hide either. Please hit me. Or no, not this one. This one doesn't matter, because I'm gonna level. I'm level 5 right now. I could warp out. But there's so many... You know what? Screw it. We can sort that out later. I didn't make the macro yet, so... We're already 5, so... I'll just have to set the other ones after. It's not a big deal. There's an ROE I have... No. I need it. I need it. Because I need it for the ROEs. I keep forgetting. Okay. That's too bad. Bit of time loss for that. Set that. Okay, we're just gonna get ready to warp. All right. It's so weird because it's like, whatever, I'll do it later, but you can't really do it later. I did get one rabbit hide, but it won't count because I didn't get the thing set in time. Okay. So like it says I'm almost 2.5 minutes ahead, but I'm not really. Because I still have to run around North Sandy. This is what I was kind of trying to describe to Ejin the other day when he was talking about the timer and like Sum of Best. Is your Sum of Best can kind of get, depending on how your splits work, and especially in a game like this, they can kind of get out of place if you do things slightly off. Like, because of my start being in a different location, it's not my fault. The game started me in North Sandy this time instead of Port, but because of how that works, for this one, it's going to appear like I'm better than I am in my Sum of Best, right? So, that one's set. Did I get them all? 1, 1, and other. Okay, I think I got them now. Hey, Yang. So for now, we're just going to grab these. And we'll warp back to this one for the other one after. Again, gonna grab this just in case I crap something up. Okay, back to the mod now. Oh. South is the worst. North, I think, is the best. North and Port are both really good. I usually come up with starts that are very similar when I have these two. They usually kind of average themselves out. So, like, the level 5 split is always shorter for the North Sandy start here, but the Mission 1-1 one should be shorter in the Port Sandy start. And that's because of the running around in North Sandy. It gets shifted to the other split. Because you don't want to, like, run around all of Port. I guess you could. It doesn't really matter, I suppose. I probably could do that, some of the running around. But not all of it. Okay, so we're going to set my home point here before I go talk to Gondabod, however you say his name. Yeah, but this happens in this split regardless. This cutscene happens because you don't get it until you're level 5. So that's okay. So it works out. I'm going to try something different today, too, and see if it makes a difference. Because I have the extra 100 login points, I'm also going to buy Lion. Actually, no, I'm not. There's no point in getting Lion, because she doesn't get Treasure Hunter until 15. So there's no way to really get Treasure Hunter early. Is there? What's the solution for that? That I do not know. Oh, I just went there the wrong place. Dang it. Well, that's irritating. See, but this is what I expect to have happen in a run like this. And again, if I end up being, like, really far behind, I'm just gonna try new stuff. We'll, like, basically stop the timer, and I'm gonna try a couple things near the end of the run. So, this is whatever. This is like an extra run that I didn't really intend to get to be able to do because I thought I was going to have to work today. So, it's fine. I would do that. I could probably find a different weapon in there that would have worked, but... it's fine. Okay. Now we're going to do this run. Do port. Yeah, you know, actually, in hindsight, other North Sandy starts, maybe... oh, no. See, the reason it's not really better to run and do the North Sandy stuff first is because then you would have to run... you don't have any home points in South Sandy yet, so you can't just warp over to South Sandy after you're done. So yeah, so it's better just to run into South Sandy, grab those home points, go do your level 5, then when you warp, it warps you back to North Sandy, you grab your 2 home points there, then warp to the Mog House and set your home point. Yeah, that's definitely the way to do it. For sure. Otherwise, you have to run, at the worst or best case, you have to run from, like, Crystal 2 back to South Sandy across the fountain. And that's a pretty far, like, from the Chateau to south. It's kind of far. So... okay, we're gonna go buy our spells. We're gonna go get Shantoto 2 and Ulagor. Yeah, TH for the bees, Yang. Oh, I never did write my macros. That's dumb. Is there even reason to try to do it now? Nice. I shouldn't have tried to write them. I should have just copied them first and then... whatever. Whatever. Oh. I don't even have time to type all those ones in anyway, so I'm gonna have to use the trade feature. That's fine. Oh, I'm dumb! I keep going to the wrong place. I'm like one step ahead of myself. This is a problem that I used to do like all the time when I was first like learning the run. And now I keep doing the stupid same mistake again. I did that in my run like Monday night too, but I did it only once. Jeez. My goodness. It's because I'm still waking up. That's really what this is about. I got myself to a late start, and now I'm like all groggy because I just woke up, and I keep making all these stupid mistakes. I wanted to wake up at like noon so that I could have time to like wake up, eat, and get ready, and I woke up at like 1 after 1. I was like, don't know how my alarm never went off. I purposefully set it. No, Gain XP is already going. I started late. started 28 minutes ago. I'm not going to have gain XP for the end of the run. It's going to end before I finish leveling. But that being said, like I said, if I end up being really far behind early on, I might just try to do some new stuff. Like maybe I'll try to learn how to do Shadow Lord fights at level 50 or something. So maybe stop leveling and don't do Limit Break. That'd be a pretty big time save if I can make that work. Okay, so I'm still 5, right? No, I am 6. Okay, let's pull out Examail then. Don't really need him out yet, but we will. Oh, fodder right there. Awesome. Could have used water first. No axe. Not gonna make the same mistake I did yesterday, or Monday though, where I didn't kill any of these tunnel worms. That was a pretty big mistake, because it cost me on my page. Killing at least 2 is probably worth. 3 would be even better. Okay, we're watching. I got some of them set. Should be 2 or 3 more fodders over here. There's one down here. There should be a couple over by those camps. No axe. That grappler must be like shared spawns with every other orc type, because I've seen him as a mesmerizer, I've seen him as a fodder. Oh, I should have cast right away. Level 9 already. There's another one over here. If this one doesn't drop, then I might have to turn around and start running back to the other areas. Which I didn't. Yeah, there's none in range anymore. This is unfortunate. See, last run I got my axe right away. There's none in range again. They will respawn, it's just... There should be another one to the south here. Pretty sure there's another one to the south. Yeah, there he is. It's a bit of a annoying run around this edge, but I have done this one before. Yeah, the axe isn't usually too bad, but today. Hopefully this one over here can drop one. fill this worm too, because then I get my book completion. So I've got 27 tabs now. Level 10. Be really nice if this guy drops. Yes, good. Okay. I never set my home point in North, so I'm gonna have to move my home point. There's so many mistakes. So many little mistakes because of like just not being aware of what I'm doing. I was supposed to set my home point in North. But see, that was a mistake because this is almost like a D-rust for me because I haven't done a North Sandy start. So this was like me trying to like remember where to go and where to set my home points for. The Port Sandy one, I had the same issue with Port Sandy too. And now like my brain is thinking Port Sandy route, but it's the other one. There's two different like ways to kind of think, and my brain is just not pulling it. It's not doing it fast enough. I could be macroing more items and stuff right now, but I don't have the drive to do so at the moment. That's what I should have been doing when I was running around in West Ronfar, but my brain is just bleh. I'm trying the single macro method this time too, instead of running a whole bunch of different ones. Nice, Flamey. Yeah, auto run's pretty good. Oh, whoops. Dummy. This is a pretty terrible start, though, honestly. What I'm doing right now. It's pretty gross. Actually, start 1-2 first. I don't want to run away from this yet. So yeah, so you see I'm losing time here, but the overall delta of level 5 and mission 1-1 will be time save. It's just, it's not going to be the full 223 like level 5 shows. To be honest, to get rid of that problem, I could probably combine this split into one split, and then you wouldn't ever see that issue. Maybe something I should end up doing so my splits become more accurate, or my sum of best becomes more accurate. Forgot I have to talk to you again. I don't know the exact amount, Melly, but I can tell you the length of the cutscene for like South Sandy, for example, is significantly longer than North and Port. North and Port are similar, like I said. I'm pretty sure that North is fastest, but Port is acceptable. Like, I'm not gonna, like, sit here grinding out resets, because every reset costs, like, 2 to 3 minutes, and that's actually pretty significant when you're trying to start at a very specific time around gain XP, so... Hey, Art. Millie Aliapo. 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 Millie Aliapo. So one of the nice things about this game, in a way, is you can type while you're zoning. The only problem is if you make a mistake, you can't fix it. Oh, come on. Like, you can't backspace while you're zoning, but you can keep typing. So I usually start typing it out, and then while the zone is happening, I'm just typing on my keyboard. Okay, I need to trade all my ciphers, even the ones that I don't have set on my macro right now. So let's do that now. Next two I'm gonna have to manually trade because I never wrote them out. Yeah, Unity warps are allowed because you can use them in the game. It's not like anything is disallowed for like categories unless it goes against like the event or something category or the non-event category, for example. Like this is the event category that I'm learning and trying to run the last couple days because obviously there's events going on. If there's like things like double XP in place, you're not allowed to do no event runs because you can't. And in no event runs, there's a lot more things that are not allowed. Like you can't use login points in no event. So like you don't get access to Shantoto 2 or anything like that in a no event run. You're not allowed to. You're supposed to just play as if it's the base current game. But like Unity warps are allowed regardless of events or not, so they're allowed. But like, for example, something I didn't think of when I first learned the game. Oh, I never set my thing. It's alright, I have to wait for this to load anyway. I have to set my home point here. Did I get enough? I did. I never set this. I was supposed to set this, and I didn't. My mistake. Let's buy a scroll here, though, first, before I forget. Okay. This run is highly utilizes Unity warps because they're so good for certain things. I'm always really cautious about that menu because if you screw it up, it becomes a nightmare to fix it. The game is also really generous too. Like, they give you 1,000 accolades right off the bat, hey? Like, even in no event. Like, so you can start warping immediately. Could be so much worse. Okay, so this split, I got really terrible luck on Monday night with Bee Pollen, so let's see how this goes. I'm already level 10, which I think I was also level 10 when I went out there last time too. But Oh, they give you 2,000 in event because it's double accolades right now. That's kind of nice. All right. Don't do it. Don't do it. Do not. 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 Okay. I see you there, Wasp. Alright, so my drops last time were pretty bad. Hopefully they're not as bad this time. I can also make arrow set, but I find water does more damage to wasps more often than not. Okay. Gem, let's go. Kronstadt. Let's go. Setting this, but I don't think I need to anymore, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Okay. Didn't see as many bees this time on the way over here. Last time I saw a whole bunch and I didn't have time to set all of those. I had to keep like stopping to kill, which is actually kind of a good problem, but oh, leave me alone. Ah, I could kill it, I guess, if I had to. Dude, where's all my bees? They're all out and about. Okay, there should be one over here by these trees. There almost always is. There he is. Turn around. Okay, don't get close to that. What I wanted to auto target. Maybe it is still worthwhile to grab Lion, because I do hit 15 fairly quickly. And then I have Treasure Hunter. Maybe I will start grabbing her anyway. So like when I hit 15, I would just drop Millie. Because at that point you probably don't need a healer anymore. The rare giant stinger. Where'd he go? That's the same one. Well, I have 0 bee pollen still. That's awesome. Starting to think that that's probably a good idea, is to just... Wait, did we not have Treasure Hound anymore? I didn't really check any of my zones. Oh no, we still have it. Okay. There's one. So this is the same server I was on for the last run, because it had Treasure Hound. Oh, do it. Oh, you scumbag. Still need two. Still need two. As I'm looking for one, I ran into one. See, like, I could pull Lion out now and finish getting my last two. I think that's what we're gonna do next time in future runs. I think that makes sense. Because otherwise, this could drag. Oh, I should be careful. There's not necessarily one over here. Yeah, there isn't. Sometimes there's a bee that's, like, sort of goes back into that back corner. But not always. So there should be just this one left. And this one. Where is he? Oops, that was stone. Whatever, I guess that works. Stop. Okay, there's a good chance... Ugh. I get baited too far that way. Let's go for all these ones. The only thing I don't like being on this side, the only reason I don't like being over here sometimes, is you can get, well, the ghost is over here, but I'm more worried about, like, rampaging Ram than I am the ghost. The ghost I can kill, the Ram I can't. He was out here last time, too, on Monday night. Okay, there's two, I just need one more. Oh, Tremor Ram's up. He's not as bad, but he probably still destroyed me. Where did the other one go? Where'd he go? Okay. Should have just gone along the front then. What? It said it was right beside me. That's a lie. There was no wasp there. I'm nowhere near it now because I was on auto run in map. How did I not see this thing? He was right there. Heck you, video game. Oops. I'm blind. Blind as a bat. I'm not allowed to use Windower add-ons. There's a reason that I play almost completely vanilla casually also, Art, and that's because you're not allowed to use stuff in the speedrun, so I don't want to get adjusted to using them casually so that I don't, you know, have, like, I don't want them as a crutch casually, because you're not allowed to use them in the speedrun. could go the other way, but I don't really... I want to. I want to make my way back around to the backside, I think, because that's where the majority of the remaining ones are going to be. Okay, nice. I never made the macro yet. Oops, that's not where I split. Okay, sorry. It's hard for me to follow chat when I'm doing stuff because I'm trying to like do stuff, so half the time when I'm reading stuff I assume you guys are talking to me. Only got one beehive chip that time. Not a big deal. Only one honey also though. That's too bad. Usually that's a little bit of extra XP that I get. It's fine though. Oops. Sure. Well, that was definitely faster on the bee pollen than it was Monday night, but the first one took a long time to drop, unfortunately. The last couple were good, though. Like, right up where I want it to be for drops. So we're probably still... Well, we're going to lose time to my best ever, for sure, but that was pretty reasonable compared to last night, so we should have a bit of a lead. Yeah, I'm really glad that whatever they did with the nerf for Sparks didn't affect the speedrun. Like, it does suck in general, but I'm very happy that it doesn't affect me for this. That was a big thing we were worried about, some of us. Nope. That's a slow menu. It does need a cap, yes. Agreed. They made the right choice. I just don't think that the cap necessarily is correct. But prices have been coming down, and once prices sort of like solidify a bit more, then the Sparks nerf won't be as big of a deal because the prices will match. Because eventually the economy would have matched the Sparks nerf regardless, right? To a degree. It's just, it's taking time for the prices to go back down, or to match it now. But yeah, it should hopefully be okay. I wish there was a way to just trade a stack to this guy in, like, typing it out. It'd be really nice.
Okay. Go. That's gonna become a problem. I love how you target the door after it's already open. I play pretty much just keyboard melee. I don't like using the mouse in this game. Drives me nuts. Oops, I should have just held right. I find that if I take my hand off the keyboard to do something with the mouse, I usually end up doing it slower. Even though there would 100% be some things you could do faster with the mouse. I just... like targeting or something. You could definitely pinpoint your targeting probably a lot better, but... that's typically not causing me to lose very much time most of the time, so... oh yeah, oops. So I did fix my splits, because last night my timer got all screwed up. Or Monday night, my timer got all screwed up. And so my splits were saying, like, the wrong times all throughout the run. I went back after I was done the run, and I fixed all the times. So what you're seeing me run against now is my actual PB in this category. The record for this category is a 6:01. So we almost beat the record on the first attempt, which was kind of funny. But the Japanese runner's event run has so much potential to be better than it is. Like, his 6:01 is a pretty bad time, considering the events he had on. Because he had access to everything I do, double XP, all the trusts that I have. He had everything going for him. And instead he went Thief, which I think the Thief route theoretically has potential. I'm not going to say it's bad, because I've never really tested it long enough. But I don't think his benefit... I don't think the benefit of what he should have got with, like, Flea benefited him as much as it should have, I should say. And I don't think his storyline, like, play was very good. Because, for example, his split time after finishing leveling, and he goes to level 55. So after level 55 and finishing his mission 2-3, you see my split is a 4:28. And he's doing it, like, if I remember correctly, he's under 4 hours. Like, he's over a half hour ahead of me. And at that point, that's when he should be starting to gain time on my run, because he should be faster than me at every other split after that. And I almost catch up and beat him. And there's no leveling in that part at all. And the reason why he's so far ahead of me up to that point is because there's an event on that allows him to level up to, like, 30 really fast. It was the one with the Malboros out in, like, West Ronfar. And he just runs around and kills the little baby Malboros. And he gets, like, 3,000 XP every single time he kills one. It's massive. Very, very significant place to gain levels quickly. So, like, this route, even if I do beat his time, should still be beatable if, you know, if the events line up. That's the hardest part about event category, I think, in this game, is you're never going to have necessarily the same events going. So when it kicks in, you have to kind of, like, quickly look and adjust and go, can I make this work? Can I make this go, like, faster, better? Because, like, I'm pretty sure I can beat his time. But, like, if the theoretical events lined up the way it did for him, then I should be able to beat 6 hours really easily. Again, you're still at the mercy of the game to an extent, so I shouldn't just say, yeah, it'll be easy. But assuming drops and everything are, you know, good. Right. No, those are not allowed. The DLC items specifically are banned, including the Mog Satchel. Which is fine, because you don't really need the Mog Satchel. So technically, if you put an item inside your Mog Satchel, your run is void. Technically. We're not going to grab the page again. I think that was a good choice last time. Okay, what level did we hit? 17. So we hit 17 again, but I still saved a significant amount of time, so I got my kills faster, I guess. So we don't need to kill anything here. We can go right to the flies. Should be using this stuff up too. Don't need that. But yeah, you get access to your Mog case. So like there's no reason to use your Mog Satchel ever. The Mog case has 80 spaces in it. You're never going to use that much space, so... Yeah, you're not allowed any outside help, Yang. You can't use the auction house. You can't trade with other players. You can't... I think if you touch... I think there's in the rules it states what you're not allowed to do. So you can't, like, open your... You can't even open a delivery box. You can't check a bazaar. You can't... Yeah, you can't use the auction house, you can't use any mules, you can't utilize other players to help you, like, pull aggro. Like, unintentional griefing is, like, okay. Like, if there's somebody else in the area you need to go, and that's just the way it is. You know, as long as you're not, like, purposefully working together, it's not a big deal. But if you had somebody, let's say, run around Crawler's Nest and link all the crawlers and walk over to you and just hold them all so you could just kill them one by one, where you didn't have any links on you, that would obviously be manipulating the run, and that's not allowed. Yeah, you have to play as much as you possibly can solo, and yeah, that's why this run is not super great, honestly. Like, that's why you probably will never see this run in, like, a GDQ, because there's just too much potential for griefing. I honestly don't think it would probably happen, but you really never know, and it's just not worth the risk for, like, big marathons. Should grab this, because I'm gonna need that in a level. I'd love to see this at a marathon, though. It just wouldn't be a live run. Like, if you had a pre-recorded run, you could still watch it and do commentary, but it wouldn't be quite in the same spirit of the marathon. So. Plus, this run is really routed around... Dude, where are my flies? This run is really routed around gain XP, which means it really needs to start at a very specific time. You can do it without gain XP, it's just significantly slower. Definitely been noticing that after seeing Matako try to learn without gain XP. Ow. there's one. Already 19, that's good. Three more of those. Well, you don't need them. You do the no event run without them. They're only allowed to be used in the event category. Like, there's two different categories for the run because of that. I'm gonna not pull hate immediately. This one. Them cast. Found all the flies, guys. We're at 3. Nice. Very nice. Actually, really nice. That's gonna link. But we are at 20, so it should be okay. Okay, we're fine now. They moved. That was kind of fortunate. I didn't really want to have 2 flies on me, even though my defense should be better now. I might not need to kill this one, either. Okay. Still 3. We're getting close to where the corals are, so I wanna start killing them here shortly. But we are gonna do a full resummon like I always do because corals are quite a bit stronger. I'm gonna keep powering through this way though. Actually, let's do the resummon now then. Oh, actually, I probably don't need to. Because I might just have to replace Tenzin. That's all. I think that's what I did last time. Just so I have a proper tank. That's what I did. Yeah, that's right. Okay, just replace Tenzin before I fight the coral. Could have pulled this fly first. Both coral are right here, too. That's really nice. So I don't have to run around and find them. So I did not get the coral meat drop in that last run. So we'll see how this one goes. No Gosbit. No elementals out right now either this time, which is also kind of nice. No meat. Got one more try at that. Otherwise, we might be going back to Zeta on this run too. I got hate. I should actually be careful on that. Oh, he's only hitting me for 30. That's not too bad. Oh! Unless he double attacks like that and crits me. Nice! Got one. Awesome. So yeah, we don't have to do Zeta now. That's really good. Storing that. Alright, we just need one more fly grass, and we're done. There should be some flies up by Ostroja. Got a little close to that Yag. So we're just going to kind of run towards Ostroja, and hopefully one of these last flies will give us something. No, fire's a better spell at that point. At least from my own testing. That's what I've found. Oh, you Piper. Go away. Dude, there's normally flies over here. I'm getting worried. Green fly. Okay, there's some coming. I know there's like 2 or 3 over here usually. Okay. Just from my own like runs, I've found that earth is just not worthwhile on them. It's okay, but like fire ends up being higher damage output. Did I get one? Did I get one? Did I get one? Got it. Okay, let's go. That was really nice. Any run where you can get both, or get the coral meat in this zone is really convenient, honestly. What level did I get to? 23, alright. Start making a couple macros. If I can. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, getting up to that point where we are going to crash the game. I'm actually not sure how this is going to line. I didn't pay attention to the game time. I'm not sure how this is going to line up for nighttime. Monday night, I know it works. Okay, it's 12? Oh, whoops. I might have messed that up. We'll see. I accidentally talked to the Chocobo first. Hopefully I didn't mess up the timer. Okay, good. Whew, that was really good, actually. Nice. Really good timing. That's a global timer on being able to trade, so... Okay, we're gonna force crash the game here. So we don't have to watch a Crystalline Prophecy cutscene. Oh, I should have brought this up first. Oops. Where's my app? Oh, I undid my split when I did that. It's alright, I'll fix that later. That's an easy thing to fix. Undo. Or skip. Shouldn't have done that actually, because the loading slows down when you Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Don't accidentally log into Chell this time. Or the wrong Chell, I should say. Okay. So yeah, so now we don't have to watch that cutscene, which is pretty big, actually. That's like an 11-minute cutscene. There's another way to avoid it, but this way I found to be faster. Yeah, ironically, I didn't discover that skip while speedrunning. I found out about that skip casually. Because the very first time I did that cutscene on Chell, my original character, the game crashed on me while the cutscene was in play. And when I logged back in... Oh, I did it again. When I logged back in, the cutscene was over, and I was like, so wait, what happened? And I had no idea what was going on in the story, which is fine, because the Crystalline Prophecy story is trash anyway, but I was so confused as to what was going on. So that's actually something that I learned quite a long time ago, and it just never became relevant again until I decided to start speedrunning, and I was like, oh hey, I can just do this. I know that this works. You can actually do that in a couple other cutscenes as well, but for whatever reason, most of the other cutscenes are broken up into segments. So like if you tried to do it in like the Delphitt's Tower cutscene, for example, it would just load up the cutscene again at like the one after the one you crashed on. It's like segmented a whole bunch of separate little cutscenes. A Crystalline Prophecy is like a full cutscene though. Nice, okay. Man, really good timing on my trades today. That's really lucky. Very, very, very lucky. Get this now. Toss that. So it might actually be really good timing to go right to KRT. Yeah, but the other cutscenes, despite how they're, like, long, for example, they're broken up into a bunch of little cutscenes, though, Yang, is what I'm saying. Whereas a Crystalline Prophecies is, like, one solid cutscene for some reason. I don't know why that is. Like, even though it looks like one solid cutscene for a lot of other ones, it's not. It's broken up into segments, and you'll only skip part of it. And a Crystalline Prophecies is not like that. It's really strange. For example, the Shantoto Ascension cutscene is 3 cutscenes. Or 2 cutscenes, sorry, the first one. It's like a 4-minute cutscene and a 1-minute cutscene. So if you, like, crash the game, you skip the first 4 minutes, but you still have to watch the last minute. Whereas a Crystalline Prophecy, you would think would be the same way, but it's not. It's like 11 minutes. Even though it's like 6 or 7 cutscenes, it's actually one solid cutscene that it skips the whole thing of. That's why it's really weird, yeah. It doesn't really, like, fit the profile. I'm sure there's other cutscenes like that as well, probably, but I haven't tried crashing the game on every single cutscene in the game. Not yet. Alright. Oh, wow! I barely... Wow, did I nail that? If I had, like, cut a corner or caught an edge, I would have missed that, and I would have had to wait a full minute. That's, like, the most optimal trade I've ever had, I think. Holy moly. That was sick. That was actually sick. Holy moly. I cannot believe that. Well, based on that, we should save time here. I don't think I've ever had trading that good. It's definitely better than Monday night. Yeah, it's gonna be perfect time pretty much to go to KRT actually after this. That's really nice. Really nice. No cheer, huh? Oh, right at the end. Nice. Yeah, man. It's just that easy. It's just that easy. Oops. Wrong macro. Alright, mount obtained. Let's go. Those practically do themselves. Easy peasy. Oh. If only. Yeah, they do. You just walk in and the assault's over. Easy peasy. I'm finishing up my Karn. I finally finished all my Einerjar points on the weekend. So I'm slowly finishing up my Nizul tokens. He only needs like another 40-some thousand to go. So I should be able to knock that out in an afternoon. And then I'll do my assaults. Because I can purchase all the remaining Alexandrite I need. But, yeah. Alright. Dingbats should be up already, so... we can start killing right away. If we see any. There should be a couple in this next area. Or this next spot right here. Usually 2 in here, isn't it? It's not. Dang. How are my stuff? Accolades are at 6,500. Okay. Do I have enough space? I do. I'm not going to need these. No, I have Tizona on him. I'm farming Karn Winhan. It's the only Rema I'm missing on his Bard. He's got all the instruments. He just needs the dagger. And Simi is like half a coalition away from finishing legend rank and all 6, and then she'll be making Idris for Geo. So I'm about to get a couple really nice gifts. They're gonna be after Christmas, but they're a lot of work put in to get them, and I'm gonna be getting them both very shortly. It's gonna be really nice. I'm very much looking forward to that. can hear the bat, but he's on the other side of the wall. Targeted one. The wrong one. So this drop can be really terrible, by the way. I think I had a run where I lost like 30 minutes trying to get this stupid Orcish Mail Scale. I find that if it doesn't drop immediately, it means that it's going to be a disaster. So we'll see. Which is another reason why I usually use water, because water typically does one-shot these, unless I get resisted. And that's just a way for me to try to preserve MP typically, but not working out now if I'm getting resists. Not supposed to get resisted. Oh, man. To wind then, I guess. Oh boy. This is the one I got the drop off of right here the other night. It was the very last one. So if I don't get one off him, it means I'm gonna have to run around. Alright, we're losing time. We're losing time to the other night. That's too bad. This drop can just be awful. Like, really bad. I don't know why. Like I was saying or Monday night, like 9 out of 10 times I feel like I get this thing before I get to the gravestone. And then the one time, the 1 out of 10 that I don't, like I said, I've been here like upwards to like half an hour once, where it went from beginning of nighttime to almost daytime, where the bats were gonna despawn before I got my Orcish Scale Mail. And in a run like that, it's a dead run because it's just way too much time. It's really unfortunate. This is just one of those things that I never expect to go wrong, honestly, because the drop rate is so good. But there's always this like, there's always this off chance in my head where I'm like, please don't, please don't, please don't. And sometimes it happens. So now we basically just got to run around killing until we get it. It's like 5 minutes, I think. 5 or 8 or something. They lowered a lot of the respawn timers in most of the zones, so it's not bad respawns. It's just I could be warping out right now, right? So. We're definitely losing time. I see a couple here. We'll kill these two really quick. Come on. There's always a few in here, so I like going into this section, but I forget which way to go. Does it matter? I think there's a dead end in one of these paths. Must be the other side. Yeah, there's always a couple in here. That's so bad, dude. Oh, I didn't kill it. Dang it. Fun! Well. I can hear them. They're on the other side of the wall, though. So, like, the ones that I killed when I first came over to this side, they've already respawned. Based on what I'm hearing. I should be able to just do another loop. Voidwalker NMs can be annoying. I'm really fortunate when I go do those that I have multiple characters, because I will I will track on one, and then I will spawn it on the other one. Got it. Okay, that wasn't too bad, but yeah, we're losing 2 or 3 minutes. A bit unfortunate. What are my sparks at? 24. That's not very much. I'm only gonna be able to buy 1 Koenig shield. But that might not be a big deal. I already bought 2 before. So that should be fine for what I need for spells. Couple minutes lost. Oh, you're doing Colorless Souls. Oh. Gotcha. Yeah, I did Colorless Souls during my other farming. And even then, I still had Colorless Souls to get at the end. Oops, I need to buy more of those. I forgot. I almost went to the favorites menu, but I haven't added it to the favorites yet. Oh, I was supposed to do that there. Dang it. I guess I can do it here really quick so I don't forget. Oh wait, no I can't. I'll have to do it next time. Is what it is. That's fine. Experience is still active at the moment, but it's going to be not for very much longer, I would guess. Dropped 1. Oh. Yeah, doing it during something like that is a good idea. The only annoying thing about Horns, specifically... Horns was the one that I found the most annoying. The only annoying thing about it was because you have to keep your lights very specifically in check. So you don't build your amber up too high if you're using gold box farming. Although if you're not gold box farming alongside killing Sisyphus, then... Oh, you're doing O-Chain. Oh. So you're doing the worm, or whatever the heck. Oh, well that one's easy then, isn't it? Because you can farm that one out of gold boxes. So you can just max your amber out. Yeah, that one's really nice. It's been a long time since I did my O-Chain, so I don't really remember how annoying that one was, but I do remember that one being pretty easy to farm. Alright, take it easy, Yang. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can farm the worm from Grauberg out of gold boxes. I'm pretty sure that's what I did. You can double check it to confirm, but I'm pretty sure if you look on the wiki, you'll find that to be the case. It's just random. Like, what key item you get is just random. You can just get into, like, sort of a slump and not get the one you want for a while. That's definitely a thing. But that's the whole point of trying to, like, mass kill big hordes of mobs, right? Is to try to essentially give yourself more rolls to get the one you want. There's no way to control which key item you get. Ideally, for me, what I would do is I would max my Amber Light, and then I would go find a mob that does not give Azure, and then I would just cleave those, so that I wouldn't build up Blue Light. But it's up to you. Some people like farming Blue Light, because they like to just get the time boxes as well, and then stay in the zone the whole time. Whereas I like to beef up my Amber, and then just go for 2 hours hard when I go, usually. But depends on your style of play. I mean, I'm doing it, so it has to be, right? It's going mad. Yeah, I don't know how many MMOs have speedruns. I know FF14's community speedruns, I think, I've been told they speedrun raids. And in that it's a little bit different because they speedrun with their current characters. So, like, there's no limitation on that. They're just speedrunning the raid. But this is a speedrun from brand new character. Brand new character till final split is when you see the Shadow Lord is defeated in the chat. That was much better placed than last time. Good. Good fight. And I want to say that WoW has some because I'm pretty sure Rudy said he's looked at those before. I could be mistaken on that, but I'm pretty sure that does. Oh, there you go. Somebody else already said it in chat. Oh yeah, RuneScape does. Tutorial Island, right? People, like, speedrun the Tutorial Island. That's right. I think I've seen those, too. I think I've seen a run of that. Okay. Make sure I grab a new warp scroll. Okay, so in the next mission, it's a little bit random based on who has the bronze sword, so hopefully it's one of the good ones and not the one that's way over on the cliff. Hoping, hoping, hoping. Oh, come on. Oh, whoops, don't talk to him. Do this too. Okay. Sorry, I'm missing a bunch of chat here. Trying to type stuff out. Talking about the mobile version? Yeah, the mobile version got canceled. You know what? I'm okay with that. Because Square has given the devs a new budget for this version of the game, and I would much rather have them just work on the original version of the game than try to release as something that, you know, may not hold up to nostalgia. So I'm okay with it. They've been on this game this whole time. It's just they never had a very good budget. But they were given a whole new budget for it. They never left. There's a whole new story arc coming out currently at the moment, Mad. It's called Varicious Resurgence. They've released a few missions for it already. I haven't even tried it yet because I'm waiting. I'm probably gonna wait for it to fully release and then I'll do it after, just so I don't have to like do it the way. Because honestly, that gradual like slow release ruined Wings of the Goddess for me. Also, that Snipper is a dingus. Out of the way, Snipper. Yeah, that breaking it up like they did for Wings of the Goddess really killed that story for me, and I did not like that. So I'm waiting this time till it's fully released. Well, that is the case, Mad. The FF11 team did move to 14, but there's still like a handful of people working on 11. Not very many. This game doesn't really need that many people anymore, but it's still got a pretty healthy player base. And that, you know, I think that's proof that they care about the player base of the game to, you know, say, hey, here, have money. Let's work on this. Shows that SE actually still cares about the game. So, it's pretty cool. Oh, whoops. Ugh. Yeah, honestly, if they didn't do mobile, I'm okay with it. Because, like I said, if mobile didn't live up to the the standard that everybody was like would be hoping for, then it would have been kind of a disappointment, honestly. Alright, 50-50 chance. If this guy's got it, that's good. If not, that kind of sucks. Good. Whew. The last 3 times in a row this guy's had it. It's kind of weird. Yeah, the format for Wings of the Goddess did not appeal to many people, I don't think.
And they've got big plans. They said they're announcing, or something big is coming, they said, to 11 in 2022. The fact that they have a plan in place for 2022 in 2020, that's a very good sign. And I'm assuming, because they've already told us that they're going to give us this, I'm assuming that it's going to be the release of Empyrean Armor +2, +3. But, because they've already said that that's coming. They've already confirmed that that's going to be a thing. So I would assume that that's the big thing coming, but... no way to know until it happens. There is more Odyssey coming out, yeah. I think that's coming out in January. The NMs are starting to be released, so maybe that means we're going to start getting some Odyssey-specific gear. So yeah, we'll see. Some big changes coming to this game in the near future. Big changes that I think will be, hopefully, very good for the game. Oh, do you? Huh. I've never played 14. That's probably something I should do. Even if it's just for the storyline to learn who, like, the characters are. Because I have no clue who any of those characters are. Alright, it's going to be daytime, which is perfect to go to Quiffum. Very nice, very nice. I've got a lot of time, though. I should be able to continue. Oops, that was supposed to be my split. Dang it. Wait. We're gonna skip that. We're gonna go to Halver. Really bad about hitting my splits because it's been a while since I've done a run. Normally I would go right to Quiffum and start leveling here, but I'm only gonna need to kill a few things in Quiffum anyway. So I'm gonna go do the beginning part of 2-3 now. And I think I'll still get out to Quiffum before nighttime, so it should be okay. Okay, Halver. Yes, gain XP is... This run is routed around gain XP. On purpose. To gain us access to a Peru. And sparks and accolades so that we can buy our spells. 100%, yes. You can do the run without gain XP, but it would be significantly slower for sure. Okay, so we're going to be heading to South Gustavberg. I'm going to grab a new Warp Scroll first, though. Oh, come on. Oops, I messed that up. I bumped another key when I was trying to hit escape. Throw sand. What else? I think of what else I can write. Oh, ciphers actually. You need it for the quest. There's a quest you need it for, so you can do mission 4. So you can get into the area where you can get your Magicite in Devoy. Yeah, from the creepy sister, exactly. That's a good way to put it. He's very obsessed with raw meat. Yeah, I don't remember if I've ever continued anything to do with that. I honestly don't. I probably haven't. If I did, it would have been years ago when I first started playing. Possible, but... Alright, well, we get lucky again today. Monday night, we had, like, perfect luck. We barely got on the elevator, like, right as it started to move, pretty much. So, here we go. Team left. Always team left. Oh, it's there, dude! No! Heck. Heck. Heck! Boo! Okay, because I'm not level, like a higher level like I was last time, I'll actually probably need to use a Silent Oil in Palbro Mines. So I will use one of those as soon as I get in the zone, hopefully, so that I don't forget. Here's the really long, weird load time that I don't know why it happens. I don't know why that cutscene takes forever to end, but it always does. Home point set. Yeah, that one's more annoying. Oh, come on. I was fast enough. Don't give me that. I must have opened the door too early? I felt like I was quick enough there. But I wasn't. Not getting any of my little time saves. Heck.
Oh, nice. Congrats. At least they did update that. Like, there's kind of a trick to, like, heal quickly so that you can not lose your key item, but if you do break your key item, at least with the Rhapsody's key item, it's 100% upgrade. I made a macro that was just like /heal 6 times, and I would smash that macro and the heal button when I was near it, and that seemed to be pretty consistently okay. I only had my key item break 1 time doing that, and it was an accident. Nice. At least we got through that door. I got one of the 2. I got the harder one, too. That's the harder one to get through back and forth before the door closes. In my opinion. I forgot where I was going. Okay, we gotta buy our pickaxes. We do have 3, but 3 is really not enough. You get a couple bad breaks and over. We're gonna buy a few. Chocobo Hot and Cold in 9? Yeah. Yeah, it's a fun minigame. I've never done Hot and Cold in 11. Like, I've never really gone out on Chocobo and tried to find items, but apparently you can get some pretty good items, though. Like heavy metal plates and stuff. Yeah, like during the digging campaigns, specifically. That's a good clarification, actually. You don't just get them, I don't think, unless the campaign is going. Hopefully that's enough. Alright, we're good for the Tenshoto now. Alright, just pal bro. What's my inventory space look like? It's looking okay. How's my sparks and accolades? So I don't have enough to buy anything spark related, but I can purchase 600. That gives me another 60k. I think that still leaves me shy, just a bit. I think. Oh wait, am I still holding a shield? No, I'm not. Dang. Okay, well, it is what it is. I guess then what I'll do is when I go there, I'll buy... I'll buy probably up to like Fire 2 or something. I should have enough gil for that. Or I'll buy up to Arrow 2 and make sure I have Stonega. For sure. Well, I'll have to go back there anyway before I go to 5-1, so I guess I can buy Fire 2. Well, I might be able to buy both, honestly. We'll see what my gil looks like at the end. You know, I never really got into Neo Nyzul. I always just do the regular Nyzul.
I don't know why. I just do regular, because I think you get better tokens from regular Nyzul. So I've always just done that one, but it's probably not a bad thing to do, because you can get, like, Alexandrite and stuff, right? Of course, I usually do Nyzul on my own, so I wouldn't probably clear 100 floors like some people would. Oh, don't do that. All I can think of right now is how good spaghetti is going to taste after I'm done this run, because I'm going to make a big plate of spaghetti. Spaghetti's hit or miss for me, because I usually just run over... There's like a small drugstore that's near my house, and they have some like minor like grocery things, and they do carry like a nice pasta sauce that's got like garlic and everything in it, and I usually pick that up. But if they don't have that, because that one usually sells out, that one's always gone, I feel like. So if that one's like not there, then I don't bother. There's just something missing without... I guess I could go get actual garlic and chop it up myself and put it into a plain sauce, and then it would be probably fine, but I haven't been that ambitious yet. What I really should do is actually just make my own sauce, and then that'd be even better, probably. Because then I can control... Oh, interesting. I've never thought about getting something like that. I usually get, like just plain garlic. But it takes a lot more to, like, prepare. Not a bad idea, though. Try to come up with a way to make a nice sauce. I've been back on the pasta since COVID started, pretty much. It's just cheap. So good and so cheap. Nice. Second try. Really nice, really nice. Alright, we're gonna pop a oil here just to be safe. I don't think the ones at the top are going to be too weak. So.
Yeah, I'm trying that out. This is the first time I've made one macro with all the trade items. I was like thinking about it the other night. I was like, why don't I do that? Instead of making 6 different macros, just make one macro that has, you know. Hey, we didn't get stuck on the stairs this time. Nice. So, this is the first run I've ever done this on. And just cleans up the macro page a lot easier, so I'm always hitting the same button instead of trying to remember which number is which item. Now it's all just one, right? So ideally that should make it be better. Thanks, Magic. That's some pretty sloppy play at the beginning, but we've had better luck. Except for worse luck on Orcish scale mail drop, but everything else has been better. But this run is not going to be probably great. We'll see, I guess. I screwed up. My intent was to wake up at noon and, like, wake up a bit, eat something, get prepped, and then start my run, remember, 20 minutes before gain XP? I woke up after 1, so I started my run 5 minutes after gain XP had already started, which means gain XP is going to end before my leveling is over. Yeah, see, that guy's easy prey, so good thing I used the Silent Oil. So yeah, that's fine. It is what it is. It is what it is. Oh, come on. It is what it is. How am I doing game time? Should be okay. It should be okay. Most of the time consuming stuff on this one is done now. I should get out there before undead spawn. I could have done the leveling a little bit earlier, yes, and just pushed all this mission stuff till later. The problem is if I do that, I don't have semi, because you don't get semi until 2-3. So I'm just gambling, and I'm going hard on that instead. Oh, nice. Proud I turned the camera. You really want to have semi, dude. Like, that's like an absolute. Nope, not Bastock. Come on, menu. Okay, I gotta set my home point here. I gotta buy a bunch of prize powders. Maybe I should have done that first. I left myself with 31, which means I should have 310 accolades, so enough to warp here, and then enough to warp to Quiffum, and then I'll get a bunch of accolades again. So we should be okay. Yeah, well, for the bulk of my leveling, I'm not using a tank, right, Magic? So I'm going basically all DD and the white mage. That's it. So semi is pretty important in that trade-off. Yeah, she can't AoE until level 50, so that won't be a problem, thankfully. She doesn't get, whatever the heck it's called. Not Arching Arrow, but what's the other one? Her unique one, whatever it is. I forget what it's called. But she doesn't get it until 50. So that's the only time you have to worry about it, is the post level 50 leveling. However, yeah. It would be nice. That would be pretty nice. You could set up specific weapon skills for skill chains too. You could set up, if you could like control like who weapon skill first, stuff like that. That'd be huge. Because right now you're at the mercy of the game randomly setting you up for skill chains for magic bursting. And if you could proactively have that programmed, that would be absurdly good. But not possible. Yeah, disabling AoE would be handy, I guess, as well. But you'd basically set Semi up to always use Sidewinder, pretty much. And you would have... I don't know. Depends on the mob you're fighting, I guess. Actually, you know what? Semi does eventually start doing light skill chains with Arching Arrow. So it's not necessarily a bad weapon skill. It just doesn't do as much damage as Sidewinder. You know what? It might end up being nighttime when I run out to Kufum. Not really good. I should have probably gone and done that leveling first. Is what it is. It's already 1600, so it's definitely going to be nighttime. That was a conscious decision that I made to try to see if I could make it work. But I just forgot how long it takes to do this segment. Should have ran around Kufum, leveled, and then done this part after, at nighttime. Is what it is. Is what it is. Hey, Tonic. Hey, Saturn, thanks. Saturn, I finished my honor jar points. So just gotta start finishing off my tokens. I did a couple runs. I'm under 50,000 tokens left. So Karn is very soon. Very, 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 very soon. Hopefully.
I guess technically after I finish all that, I'm still going to have to purchase the Alexandrite. But I do have the gil for it. It's just a matter of... Yeah. I know, I know. I have a lot of gil. So, I farmed up a bunch of heavy metal plates during one of the Void Watch campaigns. Hello? And... I sold it all fairly recently. And I made over 100 million gil with it. And so with that remaining gil, I'm going to purchase the remaining... I only need like another 20,000 Alexandrite. Because I have gotten a bunch from Ambuscade as well. So I'll still have some gil left over. But that was the whole point of farming the heavy metal plates. Also, shoutouts to Haroro. Number 1 Taru. I will fight to the death. Yeah, I farmed all of mine for death penalty as well. When I made my mains death penalty, I farmed it almost exclusively. I think, well, no. I got about 3,000 or 2,000 maybe from Ambu. And I farmed the other like 28,000 from salvage. So I definitely did that process once. Okay, so those that don't know, we're changing to a level 1 job here, because as soon as you zone into Windurst Walls, if you're on a job level 10 or higher, you'll get the cutscene for Shantoto's Ascension. So we go to a job that's not level 10 or higher, so we don't get the cutscene. And because we skip this cutscene, we will not get the second cutscene to that same story arc later as well, because if you get this one, you also get another one later. So, cuts out maybe 6 or 7 minutes. And since it only takes about a couple minutes to change jobs, it's much faster to do that than it is to watch them. Yeah, it's gonna be like perfectly nighttime when I go to Qufum. That's gonna be a little bit dangerous. Not really a good route. Ended up being not a good choice for me to do this stuff first, but it's fine. It's fine. Oh, I didn't put my warp ring. That's okay, I have a warp scroll. Or I can still do it. Hold on. Let me move, let me move. Okay, we got it. Got it. Easy peasy. That's not bad, man. That'll be a good feeling, eh? 75 souls is just crushing. Alright. 2-3 prep is almost over. Actually, this is the end of my 2-3 prep split. Oh, wait, no, it isn't. My split's gonna be messed up now, actually. I just realized. I'm gonna have to skip this one, because normally I leveled to 25 in this split. I just went to the... I didn't want to come here. But I do want to go here, so this will be a shorter load, at least. You know what, my splits, I think I used to come here next, but not anymore. Okay, so I never used Halvar in that other run, so you know what? I think we will just not... We don't need to trade him, I don't think, then.
We never summoned him one time. That'll clean up the menu a little bit. Okay, back to Black Mage. Then we sell our stuff, buy our spells, and away we go. Oh, wait, you know what? No. I'm dumb. I could have bought my Sears gear. I don't know what I'm thinking, dude. I can't focus. I gotta rearrange my, my notes because they're all screwed up. That's the biggest problem with this route right now is I've been trying to edit my no event run for the event run, and stuff just happens in a different order in a lot of cases in this run. Yeah, we'll buy up to that and that. So I still need 3 spells. Alright, I gotta go back to Sandy. I'm dumb. I'll skip this too, because I don't want to split here. I could have bought my gear, and I didn't. Actually, I have to come back here anyway. Because you have to warp from here. So I'm just really out of it. That's why this is second in the list of things to do. Here we go. Don't aggro me. Good. That worm can spawn close enough to aggro you, so it kind of blows when it does. Okay. Yeah, you want her for the Kiraga, for Shadow Lord fight. I just got bound. That's really terrible. Okay, good. Woo! He got me. Alright, so Undead are out. We're gonna ride across this. Because then it puts me a little bit more in control of where I want to start. Lots of crabs here, but I know there's usually a white in this hallway. There's only VT now. I'd rather not fight him because I don't need to. Okay, let's see what the home point area looks like here.
prefer to be on the Delkfoot side if I can. Okay, yeah, let's do that. This. Trusts are going to catch up. Let's get onto this side so the undead are on the other side. Here we go. Don't move away, don't move away, don't move away. Stop, 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 stop! It's gonna interrupt me? Yeah. Classic. What level are we? 25. Sidewinder, nice. See? Semi's just so good. Gotta watch out for the weapons here. I'm getting a little closer than I'd like to be. Guru's MP is still really good. I can tank for a while. Where's the Gigas? Alright, we're good. There's a white over there. 2 whites over there. Up a bit. Again, don't want to get too close to the wall there. Okay, good. Oh, Speedman, we're off. Let's get everybody fighting first. That's my last use of the Eshid Ring for the rest of the run. It's 27. I need to get one more level. Please cast. I could finish the Crustacean King one too. I only have to kill 3 more crabs for that, but I'm gonna level before I get that. If I see... I don't see any crabs in range. Okay, let's go. I don't see any crabs in range, so... Cutscene time. Yo, what's up, Ellen? I'm also gonna run to the bathroom here when the actual Bahamut cutscene part starts. Because this is the only time I get a chance to go to the bathroom. How you doing, Ellen?
Alright, I will be right back. Hey, we made it. Let's get this story down. I still think that they should do something like that. I also always wanted them to give us Phoenix, and then when Phoenix was in COP, I was like, oh, well, I guess that's probably never gonna happen. And then Phoenix is at the end of Rhapsodies of Vana'diel as an actual, like, they have an actual DAT file for her. So it's like, why not now have Phoenix summonable? And you never know, because they just gave us Siren, so very likely could happen in the future. Well, not really, no. Iroha is the Trust, who's kind of Phoenix, but not really. It's not what I mean. Yeah, you never know. Like I said, they gave us Siren after how many years of Rhapsodies being out, so maybe they'll do something. Phoenix is always my favorite summon. So many cool abilities. Don't need those. Don't need that for a bit. Won't. Oh, I can keep that. I don't think I'll use this again in the runs. We can store that. Yeah. Yeah, no, and that might be why, or they may never, you know, we may never get it. It's just, it's always been this kind of like wish that I've had. I mean, obviously Bahamut was always one that we always all wanted, but like, I never thought we would ever get, because Bahamut's like kind of a main character, so to speak, in a lot of different stuff. But yeah, Siren is now summonable. They gave us Siren like a few months back, 5 or 6 months ago maybe. I guess we've had her for a while, maybe like half a year. So you never know. You never know. Because in a way, in some ways, Siren is a better Garuda in some ways. I gotta raise coral meat and stuff in there too, but... Caught off charm, caught off archery shell, double key, caught off charm, coral meat, okay. I think that's all of them that I need to worry about right now. There's more running segments where I can add more later if I have to. One of the biggest things when I'm watching Matako try to learn this run is, I think it's tough like when you aren't like super familiar with the game, but something that like I feel like he should be practicing a little bit is like utilizing the auto run a little bit more, because every time he goes in to edit a macro, he stops moving. And at that point, it's not worth using the macro a lot of times. You might as well just not macro the item, because the macroing the item is really only saving you like maybe a second and a half or two. And if you stop moving completely, it's kind of like negating and losing time to just not using them. You kind of have to be like using them in conjunction with making sure your movement never stops. I was trying to explain that the other day, and I was just like, yeah, maybe. But he wants to use them because that's the way. Obviously, he wants to get to the point where using the macros is what he wants to do, and that's good. But then, oops, I should have dropped that sooner. Oh no, I'm dumb. This is one of the ones that you don't select. It just auto does it. But though, like, if that were the case, though, that I was thinking, I was like, well, why wouldn't you want to like practice it then while you're moving? Was my thought, but like I said, it's a hard game. There's a lot of stuff going on in this game. Like, I don't blame him for like wanting to like take it somewhat more like step by step a little bit, because there's a lot to like remember, not just movement related, but even combat, and there's a lot of ways where like there's so many like little things that I think would help him just like mechanically game wise if he practiced. But that being said, I don't know how serious he'll really take the run beyond doing it for his 1 to 15, right? Like I don't think he's planning to do 11 attempts post his FF 1 to 15 run that he's doing near New Year's. So it's like his run is not going to be during Gain XP either, or very likely will not be, because, and he's never routed Gain XP in. But I'm curious in his like sort of warm up and practice stuff of like derusting it to get it ready for his run, I'm curious how long his run was, because his no event time run was like 12 some hours. But like with double XP and stuff, I'm curious how much of a difference it makes for him. Because the actual leveling process itself doesn't really change much from like a person who's more experienced versus a person who's less experienced, necessarily. So like there's probably not going to be as big of a time save as I might think there would be. But it should probably, I would bet that it lowers his time down at least by a couple hours. I rarely get to watch his stream though when he's doing stuff with 11, because he's always done streaming usually by the time I get home, or just finishing streaming. I wish I would get to see more. Alright, we're taking a right at the top of the stairs, because it's a little bit faster. Yeah, Quiffum leveling, thankfully, because I didn't need to level there very long, because of double XP and all that stuff. Thankfully, I didn't have to worry too much about the undead. Played it a little bit cautiously, but, like, better to do that than to aggro something and then you're in for a bad time after that. I don't think I need to set any other items. I think that's the last one. I think Twitch tells you, isn't that the command that like tells you how long you've followed somebody for some bot? I think Twitch tells you how long you've followed somebody if you like click on their name, I think, in like the chat, like viewer list. Doesn't it tell you something like that in there? I know Twitch tells it to you somewhere. I just don't remember exactly where it is. I don't know what actually, I don't know which bot it is that actually has that command built into it though. For 20 years. Hell yeah. Onyx, the ultimate supporter. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. You click on the name, and then it brings up like a little window, and it'll tell you how long you've been following somebody. You know, it's funny, Tonic, when you posted that video, I immediately remembered, for the Rockman and Forte thing, I immediately remembered you posting that video after you posted it. I was like, oh yeah, you did do this. I was like, okay, never mind. As soon as I saw the video, I was like, I do remember seeing this now. Which is probably why in my head when I was initially watching in the relay, I was like, is this not something that we could be doing? Because somebody hit one of the wind things, obviously that was the negative one that blows you back, and I thought, does the other one blow you forward or like pull you back? And that's what got me thinking about it. And it probably was in the back of my head only because I'd already seen that video and I knew it as soon as I saw it. I was like, oh, right. Because it wasn't that long ago that you posted that. I just completely forgot. Alrighty. Let's grab a page and kill Gigas. Where's my book? Okay. I was about to be very upset. Oh wait, same strategy. We're gonna pull Val out for this part until we get through the NMs, and then we'll swap Tenzin back in. I should have this. So I don't really want to tank quite yet. So I want Val out. Especially since Mimus does 100 Fists and the other boy does Eagle Eye Shot. So once the two NMs are dead, we'll pull Tenzin back out. Because at level 28, I'm a little bit squishy here. Going back and forth between that and fire. Alright, 29 is handy, as we can put on our defense gear. Now, if I take hate, it's not as big of a deal, because Seer's gear actually makes a pretty big difference up here to not having it. We're gonna play these next couple a little bit more cautiously. Val did just unfortunately burn his provoke, which is not good actually. Because I want, like I said, I want him to tank this. Ooh, actually. That was kind of convenient. They opened the door for me. Oh, I didn't see what she skill chained with. Okay. The NM is really far away. Holy crap. What did they do? Oh, they did Decision. That's actually a good skill chain to do on these because they're weak to stone, but... Oh, Ranger, do not come nearby. 31. Let's just keep plugging our way closer to the NM. They're both Rangers though, so this could be not great. Hopefully Val will tank. Oh, never mind. Semi's gonna tank. Nice. Kill this Torturer and get him out of the way. Level's going up now too, so I should be able to hold hate better by taking damage. The NM is surprisingly really far on the other side of the room. That's pretty unusual. He's usually closer to this side when I get up here. That was me being dumb. I should go try to kill him next if I can. It's just the Beastmaster's pretty close. Oh, there he goes. As soon as this guy dies, we can take Val out of the party. 33. I got 5 more levels to get up here. I just don't want to take hate until after Eagle Eye shot. So we're going to play it a little bit slower pace than I normally would. Kind of bait out Eagle Eye shot, and once it's done, then you should use it anytime, hopefully. Come on, man. There it goes. That move will one-shot me, so it's very important that I don't get hit by it. How's the Peru's MP? It's low. Let's swap her out, too. Get her a fresh set of MP. Alright, let's go. Now we just need to, yeah, we just need to get to 38, and then we're done. Grand Slime is going to interrupt me. Dang it, dude. I'm not being very good at my combat casting right now. Thought I waited long enough there, and I didn't. Wow, that was terrible. Absolutely atrocious. Gotta be careful, that other one's a ranger. He aggroes me, I'm gonna have to run in close to him. Because Catapult does a lot of damage. And he's coming right over, so... I'd rather have him in melee range than... range attack range. 35. Normally this is when I leave this zone, actually. Come on. You can see Catapult does like 128 damage, and that's pretty much like a set amount of damage. It always does that much. It's really dangerous. Alright, 2.5 levels to go. XP Ring is probably going to wear off soon. Usually, last time it did here, so I gotta be ready to use the Chariot Band. Those two haven't... Oh, they're just starting to respawn. Should be able to use Arrow 2 now. So I'm out of here. Get him. My timing on my spells right now has been pretty bad. Oh, here we go. Let me see it. Distortion? 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 No? Heck you. Heck you, Shantoto! Where was my distortion? Unacceptable. Not that it really would have mattered. He was almost dead anyway, but... Oh, it's gonna interrupt me. Dang it! I'm so bad. Okay, got him anyway. Okay. I can kill that. I just don't really want to. There's gonna be one in the main room. Oh, that was distortion. Okay. Mimus should respawn pretty quick, actually. Oh. Anything in there? There is. I should probably just kill the elementals. So one of the benefits of being on a black mage is you can rip these things apart. Oh, you know what? That's probably a mistake. Ranger's on the move. Interrupted. Still don't have any weapon skills because my club skill is too low. Which means my club skill is not even 5 yet. Just rather funny. Alright, probably a couple more. Ring is still on. Oops, that's not it. Oh wow, I got it. Surprising. That's decision. Nice 710 damage. Guru's MP is almost done, but that's okay. We should be leveling here, and then we're out. I got my key, right? Yep. I didn't even look to see it in the pool, but... $38. Let's go. Alright. We did not get lucky last time with the location of Gobu. So hopefully Gobu's in a much better location this time. And we will save some time if that's the case. This used to be the point of the run where we would go to Crawler's Nest. For the no event run, I go to Crawler's Nest at this point. But because you level so fast, I found it better to just come here. Because in no event run, there's no double XP. So your XP in Delkfits kind of starts to dwindle pretty heavily at level 35. Like once you hit 35. But in this run, because of double XP, it's actually still not too bad. So I stay till 38, and that allows me to go to Bedeau early, because I can kill the Quadov now at 38. And farm my 2 Quadov items that I need for later anyway. So it saves me from having to go to Crawler's Nest and kill stuff there. And that's kind of good, because Crawler's Nest warp, when you Unity warp to Crawler's Nest, it doesn't put you at the right entrance for leveling. It puts you at the entrance that's better for Limit Break. But, so it's better to not have to go there, because you'd have to ride your mount all the way around to the entrance where the worker crawlers and stuff are. It's not really ideal. I'm hoping, like, after I do a run where... Because I should be able to get a sub 6 hour time, hopefully, with the routing I'm doing right now. After I do, I'm going to take a character to level 50, and I'm going to stop there, and I'm going to see how hard the 5-1 and Shadow Lord fights are at level 50 instead. Because what I'm curious on is, if I can do those fights at level 50, then I don't have to do Limit Break at all, right? Like in the no event run, you're not allowed to use Shantoto, so you can't you don't have any really good access to like magic. And in that regard, you're kind of forced to level to like 53 because level 52 the fight is really hard. And level 53 it's like it's doable consistently. You can beat Shadow Lord at 52, but considering that it only usually takes like 1 or 2 worm kills, which is like less than a couple minutes usually, I've been taking that little bit of extra time loss there to guarantee a win pretty much at the end. But I did a kill on Shadow Lord Monday night with 53, and it was overkill with Shantoto. So what I'm curious on is if I can do the fight at level 50, I definitely want to do that, because by avoiding limit break and leveling from 50 to 53, that cuts out like 22 minutes from the run based on what that's how long it took me to do it last night. It was 22 minutes. And I also had really good drop luck too on the X-Array mold, so I got it on my first kill. So it's 22 minutes on like a good run, potentially more time loss on like a not so good run, right? So I'm very strongly hoping that I can do Shadow Lord at 50 instead of 53, because that would be a massive time save and probably drop the runs timer closer to like 5.5 hours. All right. Where is Gobu? Gobu. Oh. Nice. Hit it just a hair too early. Oh, he's right there. Can I get him from here? Oh. I'm gonna get some really low level Quadov links probably. That's okay. They die quickly. Oh, they hit harder than I thought they did though. Let's see if we can kill them off quick. Oh, don't link more stuff. The other one hasn't linked yet. Good. Oh, now he did. Okay. Who's it on? Semi? That's fine. We're good. Semi will die, but it's linked onto Semi, not me, so that's perfectly okay. That's really good luck. That's really great luck. We did not get that luck last night. I feel really happy about that. That should save at least like 2 minutes. That's... Oops. Berry buns, I'm not gonna need those. Could have sold those, I guess, actually. Those are worth a little bit. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna do this now. Because I need to resummon her. Oh, I can't yet. Okay, well. First Quadov I fight, I'm not gonna have a ranger with me. So we'll fight one of the lower level ones maybe, just so that I can get the silence taken off of me. And then go from there. Still gonna be way faster than having to run all the way around to kill him the other way. So that's okay. The biggest challenge of this is still the leveling, though. Like, the NMs are whatever. They're not that hard to kill. But the, some of the Quadovs, especially when you're still at 38, they're a little bit dangerous. So a link becomes very, very dangerous. They are in 2 of the 3 zones, Penner. I find on average, you're better off doing the, the papyrus paper and the whatever it is, bomb coal through the key items. But the Crawler's Nest item, the X-ray mold, the only thing I don't like about doing that one that way is that the one of the 3 key items is kind of really far away. Like, 2 of them are really close, kind of like the other ones, but then the third one is like a whole map of Crawler's Nest away. And rather than run all the way to that one, I just decide to kill the X-rays. Yeah, you don't have to do all of them as the key item or all of them as the mobs. You can do like 2 of them with the key items and 1 of them farming. It's just the item you need. Nothing else really matters. I need to get Ranger back out here if I can. He's good to go, yep. Get my silence going. Hopefully. Selena, there it is. I don't know if water... I don't think water hits these guys very well because they are water-based. Classic Trust's getting in the way. Alright, XP Ring has worn off now too, so I need to use that. I don't have access to Eshid anymore either. Because by the time it's ready, my leveling will be finished. Hopefully. Yeah, it's still like an hour and 20 minutes. Hopefully I'm done leveling by the time that's ready. Okay, so this strategy, I'm not super confident with this strategy yet, but basically the idea behind this strategy is very similar to the old school RMT parties. I don't know if you guys ever, like, used to see, and remember, like, the old days when you'd have, like, an RMT party come into, like, a typical party camp? The one that I always remember is Crawler's Nest. Is the party would be made up of, like, 5 black mages and 1 white mage. And they would basically just group up in a sort of a circle that's, like, spread out. And by doing that, they are able to just kind of keep nuking the mob and make the mob run around, back and forth around to all the different black mages, but never actually, like, kill anybody because it doesn't have enough time to fight something to kill it. That's the same idea we're going to use here, because I don't have a tank right now. I've got a bunch of DDs and black mages, I guess, and we're just going to try to, like, deal damage. And so I'm going to take hate a few times, hopefully, anyway. Ooh, let's see if we can get a skill chain here. Oh, that's Decision. I just used Stone 2. I don't know if this will work. Please. Oh, I got it. Nice. Detonation. So yeah, we're hoping for skill chains basically from Tenzin and Shantoto and Tenzin and Semi. And then myself and Shantoto will do most of the magic bursting beyond that. I only need to get to level 40 here, so I don't really need very much more here. And then we can leave. Yo, thank you for the host there, Wikipedia. What's up, everybody? Getting resisted hard. I think this is this one of the... Is it the Red Mage? I forget what the Elder or Emerald one is. Okay, this could be Distortion. Oh, Sidewinder. That's... Oh, that's Reverberation. No! It wasn't because Shantoto changed it. What is it now? Oh, still Distortion. Okay. Still got a magic burst. Nice. Excellent. Okay, got an iron one over here. Probably for levels. Probably a couple more kills yet. Oh, this is a paladin. But it's gonna have shell, unfortunately. Yeah, we're just gonna kind of like let hate bounce around between the DDs. And a Peru will be the healer that just keeps us alive. And as long as hate keeps bouncing around, that's kind of ideal. It's gonna be stone. Oh, it's dead. I thought that was reverberation when they do that. You know what? Go this way. I don't want to get too far away from this entrance. Because I only need to kill, I think, one more. Let's make sure he doesn't take a weird path. And let's just do this. Getting resisted really hard on this thing. Good. Flash me. That's good. Waste your flash. Oh, nice. Good miss. Okay. Trusts are probably almost ready to weapon skill, so it should die pretty quick. Get out of range of headbutt. Excellent. Alright. Let's go get our Quadog Charm. And then we should be good to get out of here. Oh, they had to be right next to each other, didn't they? Well, this should be okay. It is what it is. I don't have access to sleep, but... It's a black mage, so it's gonna stay at range, I guess. It's not gonna be meleeing me. Which is kinda nice. Nice. Alright. Got our stuff. I don't need that. Okay. Okay, we already have our coral meat because we got the lucky drop, so we can go right to Escha. Very nice. Which means I can stay right here. Oh, no, actually, hold on. Let's go get the rest of my spells now. I have to do this at some point. This is the time to do it before I finish leveling. Oh, that's not the one I want. What? Okay. I guess we're just gonna do this. Not sure how I got my menu mixed up there. I think I needed to go one more time. That should be enough, though. I only need to buy like 3 spells. Blizzard 2, Thunder 2, Bio 2. Can sell off some of this other junk too, I guess, if I don't have enough. Hopefully this is enough. Should be. Pretty tight, but we're good. Water's probably not going to be very good on Amorph, but better than Stone. I'm going to hit 41 here in a second, and that's when I get Fire 2. Shantota uses water, I guess. Okay, is this Distortion? Probably gonna die. Yeah, it's gonna die. Hopefully those two will split up a bit. How's my gain XP? I got a half hour on gain XP? So I should have gain XP for the rest of this part, but I'm gonna lose it, I think, for, I think I'm gonna lose it for the, after the limit break part. I gotta be careful because I don't really want it to do like MP absorption or something from me. But I also don't want to like slow down. Tenzin does a decent amount of tanking for this, so. Or the other trusts in general do. Okay, that's fine. I should get Selene. She's got MP. She's curing first though. Oh. Is this gonna become a problem? Okay, they both moved, so it could have been really dangerous. She's not gonna silence, remove my silence now, though. It's too many yellow HPs. That kind of blows. Maybe this... If I'm gonna do it this way, maybe I should grab some Echo Drops, then. She's out of MP now, too. And I won't be able to resummon her until my silence is gone. This kind of sucks. Well, that's something to think about. I might want her to like get some MP back. But she's gonna use it to cure, that's the only thing. Man, that was a really long silence too. That sucks. I probably could zone out, but... She doesn't get access to like her MP recoverability until 50, so... The Trusts are just gonna have to work on this on their own for the next 40 seconds. And then, what else can I do then while I'm waiting? Oh, I could be using these, I guess. Give me some elemental skill. I'm gonna have to do a full resummon anyway. $14 seconds. 10 seconds. Alright, that's fine, because this was a good time to resummon anyway, actually, because I came in at 40? Well, not really. I would have liked one more level, but 42 is okay, because I can go to 45-ish range, and then go right to... I might be able to go to 50 even with the 45s. We'll see. Maybe 46 I'll re-summon. Depends on how MP and everything's going. Like, if it's going really well, then... Oh, I got food here too I can use. Silence Semi, that's fine. It's 43. Oh wow, it still casted on me. It swung at Tenzin, but then cast on me without me doing any actions. That's weird. It's Rasp, that's fine. That's probably gonna die. Speed ring wore off. Let's get that back on. This could be... Of course I can't cast because of the stupid ring! Okay, well. At least Shantoto magic bursted for 700. Very nice. At least somebody did. Okay, that could end up being detonation, I think. Oh, it's dead. Shantoto's quick on the draw. It was reverberation. Really nice. They'll stay... Oh, these are, like, on top of each other. That's kind of crummy. Furu's MP should be okay for this, though. They're gonna both be on me, sadly. Oh, her MP's really low. Okay. Change of plans. Let's do this for a second. Oh, third one. Is that on me? If it is, I'm dead. If it is, I'm dead. Okay, it's on Tenzin. Oh, that's very fortunate. That's very, 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 very fortunate. Okay. Hopefully we can kill this one before the trusts are all dead. Furu has no MP, so Tenzin's gonna die to the next hit or something, if he has hate. Because that, I have no hate on that worm, that other one. So that's good. Okay, excellent. So let's resummon. This should be hopefully the last time I need to resummon everybody. I could resummon a Peru specifically. But this should be the last time I need to resummon the DDs, or the mages and stuff. Oh, that's nice. You know what? Screw it. We're doing it. Kill him fast. I think they linked onto me. Nope. Semi. Okay, that's actually pretty good. Semi or Tenzin are the best because they've got the most HP. And a double stone 3 could be really dangerous. 46. Wow, the respawns in this corner are crazy right now. I'm gonna get another link. Shantoto got silenced. Well, she's got the Selena though. Okay, she is. Good. Excellent. She got Selena. It's good. Oh, that could end up being... Decision's not the greatest, but it'll still magic burst. Really? Really? This could be distortion. Maybe? No. Everybody went all at once. 47. No link. Dang. Brewer's MP's getting a little low. Back down on me is perfectly fine. Okay. Peru's not ready, so we'll pull Millie out. XP ring wore off again. It's not ready for another 8 minutes. And Eshed is not going to be ready at all. Nope, for another hour. So it's going to go a little bit slower for the next little bit. For the next 2.5 levels. Oh, I thought maybe it was closing. I didn't see if there was a weapon skill prior. No, that's a bit of a waste. Okay, 48. Don't take my MP, you fiend. I'm actually gonna get a bit of a stone skin buffer now too because of Millie's cures. In some ways, Millie is actually a better healer than a Puru based on that too. Okay, that's not really a group I want to take right now. This should work though. Oh, really? Okay, stone skin is what they went with. That's fine. I did not think that was gonna link. The danger of this spot over here is that these worms can cast Quake. And if they do, they'll one-shot me. So now I have to stay close to this other worm and not take hate on the other one so that I don't accidentally do that. Nice. Oh, this is bad. That was a really bad time for that to die. Okay. There's Quake right there. She's casting it on Millie, though. I hope. Sure hope so. I did move out of range. It better be on Millie, or I'm gonna be really sad. Because I am definitely going to die to it if it hits me. Yo, nice interrupt. Good job, team. Who is that on? Semi. Okay, that's fine. Almost 49. Swap Millie back out for a Puru. Get the MP back up. Everyone else should be good to go. Yeah, I was really surprised that other one linked. That'll be Decision again. Wow. A magic bursted stone and it did nothing? Or did it go off too soon? Nope. 0. Reverberation. I'm too late on it, probably. Oh no, I still got it. Nice. No! Okay. Oh, that's so much worse. So much worse. Stop! What is this, Abyssy? Yo, I learned Shining Strike! I'll never get to use it, probably, though. I'm gonna run an MP if I nuke too hard here. Yes. 49. There's Herald. Wow, this has just been not a good place today. Double Stonga 2 does not feel good. Kiraga 2. Arching Arrow. Another cure would be really nice. Okay, that might hurt. Kiragas are nice, but I need actual cures here. Thank you. Stonga 2 again. Well, I kind of burned through her MP really fast, unfortunately, but we're alive at the moment. Herald is moving in to visit. Okay, that might be Distortion here. Maybe? No? Okay. She must not have had TP. Stonga 2 again, dude. What the heck? Puru's got no MP left now, so... Who did that hit? Shantoto! That blows. Semi, you need to, like, unload on this thing so it dies. She did, technically. I kind of have to do this. Definitely losing time here. One more kill. Last one. I wish I didn't have to do that, but I did. I just don't want to risk dying at this close. I was pretty sure I was going to lose some time here, though. Just because of how the XP ring worked out this time. Okay. Not too bad. It's okay. Oh, come on. "12 minutes to go?" What do you mean? Oh, you're talking about my split? The minus 12 means I'm 12 minutes ahead of my run on Monday night. No, I'm not. Oh, you're talking about the remaining time for gaining XP? Yeah, no, I'm not. I knew that was going to happen, though, because of when I started. But this will give me a good, I think, rough estimate as to if my 20 minutes before gaining XP thing is correct. Because if I finish this and I get back there, it took me 22 minutes to do this segment on Monday night, including the limit break and the leveling, so I was supposed to warp there. Whoops. Too late now. It would be too slow to warp now. Forgot. Actually, now it's faster to do this. This used to be what I was going to do before, and then I changed it to warping from mat because it saved like a couple seconds. But if you start running from mat and you forget, like I just did there, it's better to just do this. I'll get my cutscene here now too, which means I'm probably going to lose time in this split because I got the cutscene here instead of later. But one of my splits later I'll gain time. That's the only thing about the Sum of Best in this game is like it's going to be a little bit twisted just based on if you have to adapt and make mistakes. Like I get this cutscene in the run regardless. It's just because I'm getting it now, it's going to mess up my splits a bit. Yeah, I went from level 50 to level 53. It took me 22 minutes in the last run to do Limit Break 1 and level 3 times. But see, if I don't need to do Limit Break or level to 53 in future runs, that would be really handy because then I could just be done here. I'd save that 22 minutes and I'd be doing missions right now to finish the game. I just don't know. I've never tried to do Shadow Lord at that low a level before, so I'm not convinced that I can do it yet. That'll be something that we look into in the future. Yeah, I don't know. Be interesting to see what would be required to a degree. Oops, I'm taking that out. The opposite of what I want to do. Yeah. My ring doing 5 minutes, so I'll have to instant warp scroll out of here. Another reason why this wasn't too bad of an option anyway. Oh yeah, the other thing I wouldn't have to do if I took Limit Break out would be I wouldn't have to buy the Magic Astrolabe because I wouldn't need to come in here. So I would save 10,000 gil for spells by doing that. So that could be also kind of handy. Not requiring as much items. think the biggest change in Duo likely would be something to do with the level at the end. Like, would you both go Black Mage in a Duo run? Probably. Like double Black Mage. And then also it depends. Like if it's a event run or not. Also, one person could be out farming the bee pollen earlier. Only one person would need the bee pollen, probably. Because it depends, though, if what you're doing. Like, if you could cut out having to farm 6 bee pollen to just keep it to 3, that would be really good. Though you need... No, you're gonna need 6, because that first Rhapsody and White Key item is so important for things like teleporting from home points and stuff, because it costs you, like, 1,000 gil per teleport if you don't have that key item. That's a lot. But you would definitely be able to, like, divide and conquer some of the stuff. Only some of it, though. Like, both of you are going to need a Delkvit key. So you're both going to have to go to Upper Delkvit's tower. So that run, unfortunately, can't get skipped. But, like... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. Alright, Garliage next. I'm always a little bit paranoid to run up those stairs like that because I know the Citadel Bats right here can go down those stairs. I really don't want to aggro that. I'd probably be able to kill it, I just don't want to waste time. And I don't want my HP dipping into the yellow or less because of blood aggro. Especially here. This would be the worst place to have something like that happen. So I usually play it a little bit cautious before I run up the stairs. Because I'm not sure where that mob is going to be. Tort is waving. Hi, Tort. Now we know what server Tort's on. It's not a secret anymore. He's on this one. I'll say which server it is after the run's over. I'd rather not, like, push my luck at enticing people to come mess with me. That is technically always a possibility. Oh. Skewer Sam. I don't need to use that invisible usually, but you never know which side this guy's gonna be on. We saw old Two Wings last time, so cool we get to see the other one this time. Oh, there he is. He's still over here. I was gonna route Skewer Sam into my run, by the way, at one point, back when I was trying to route in Warrior instead of Black Mage. But, because he can drop a polearm, that's pretty nice. But it just ended up being too slow. Warrior, that is. The damage output of Black Mage is so broken compared to every other job choice. Red Mage is okay, but they just don't get the same spells as Black Mage, so they fall behind. Oh, nice. We're gonna craft? No. I assumed it would still be on Prism Powder because that's the last item I used. But I was wrong. So yeah, there goes gain XP. So I knew that was gonna happen. Just that's my fault because I started late. It is what it is. Couldn't be helped because I either woke up, turned my alarm off, and fell immediately back to sleep, or something of that nature happened. Yeah, it's mainly for the sparks, but it also gives you an extra, like, 1500 XP for every 5000 you get, right? So it is more XP, so I'm gonna lose out a little bit. But that's the way it goes. So this leveling will be a little bit slower. I'm gonna lose time for sure in this split. For sure. 1500 for every 5k. Or is that only the first completed one? Maybe I'll have to double check. Oh, it's over now, so I can't see. Save some time with my mount. I think I forgot to do that last night. Or Monday night. I keep saying last night. It was Monday night. Okay, come on. I want to keep running, but I know those scorpions are close. Alright. So one of the reasons why I don't cap my XP after hitting 50 is because of this. Because I'm going to be killing some stuff in here. So I'd rather have it go towards my XP than be wasted. I'm actually going to save my ring then. Got 3 Fungar over here. Hopefully we get it again off of one of these 3. This is always a bit of a stressful spot. Okay. Of course, I did that right as I took hate. Oh no, I didn't! Whew! Okay, good. That's fine. Good. I was very, very worried about that for a second. Drop? No drop. Don't kill her, don't kill her, don't kill her, don't kill her, don't kill her. She's gonna die. Peru's not healing, which is stressing me out a little bit. Got one. Okay. Out of here. Yeah, they'll do light with arching arrow, and depends on what gets used, but arching arrow is a pretty good one for that. Oh, come on. Please! Normally I'm standing in front of the home point. I'm to the side, so F8 didn't do anything. I'm like hitting F8 and nothing's happening. I'm like, That's the way it goes, though. So yeah, we're definitely going to lose some time on this split, I think. Just because gain XP is over, and we're going to have one use of the ring. Sometimes I do. Certain home points I do. I've never had an issue with that one before, so I don't remember specifically looking into that one, but I usually do. Usually. Yeah, I do on my actual characters, yeah. Dieter's set up in a position in Norg right now where it doesn't matter, like when he warps back, he's in place that he can talk to the home point crystal or to the Nomad Moogle. He's in range of both. I have him at a very specific spot for that. Oh, come on. Technically, Apuru is a better summon anyway, first anyway, because then she's closest to me, which means it should be easy to always remove her. Stop trying to run in front of me every time. Eck. Oh, there's two there! Hi. That's a little bit stressful. Did not see the second one. The classic. Worm inside a worm. Never see it coming. Apuru now has access to Nort, though, so her MP will be pretty good now. Should be, anyway. And Semi does have her AoE weapon skill now, so that's like the only kind of like irritating thing I have to watch out for. Oh, hi. XP's still pretty good, but I'm definitely losing time here. Oh, is that water? Shantoto's ahead of the game. It's all good. 2 levels to go. Oh, hi. I was wondering where you went. 2 levels is probably going to be, what, 4 to 6 kills range? Ow. Dang. Sometimes I can get back on the spot, but... Is this gonna be a Link? Couldn't tell where he was. Somebody do something to it, please. Okay, good. It moved further away. That's better. I was just worried it was gonna Link and then Quake. It's the one that she gets that's unique to her, I think. You'll know it when you see it, because all the leeches will come running and kill her. It's got like a purpley look. I forget what it's called. Yeah, when you see it, you'll know. She usually uses it at least. Stellar Arrow? Is that what it's called? Stellar? I think that's what it's called. I could be wrong, but I think that's what it's called. Stellar. That's light. Arrow 2. You know what? This one's off to on its own. There's a worm right there. Yo! Okay, that should be stone. If Shantota's got TP. She doesn't. Uh-oh. That's actually not a bad thing to have happen, though. Have the leech move over here, because there was another one moving in. Leeches are really easy to link here. No! Scumbag! Okay, that should be stone again. Decision's not really the greatest for this. Oh, they both went, so it's gonna interrupt the magic burst. Really worked together on that one. Am I gonna level off this guy or not? Nope. One more. And then we're out. I'm gonna still be about 10 minutes ahead. That's pretty solid. Yeah, you can use skill tomes. I don't think they're really worth it, no. Personally. I'm using the ones that I get by default. Oh, ring's not ready. Okay, let's go finish the game. Grab another scroll here before I leave. Ring should be ready, but... I'm getting hungry. But still got a couple hours to go yet. Like I said, I got big time, big plate of spaghetti coming up when this run is over. Very excited. Spaghetti. It's just store-bought sauce. I was actually talking about this earlier in the stream. I should actually learn how to make like a really good, nice homemade sauce. Because I'm finding, because I've started to eat a lot more spaghetti since COVID, just because it's cheap. And I'm starting to get a sort of a feel for like what I like most. And my biggest thing that I have against the store-bought ones is there's not enough spice to them. I like to have like a little bit of spiciness in my sauce. So like there's the garlic one that you can get that isn't really hot, but it's got like there's a little bit more in it. There's something in it that makes it a little bit just better. And then there's the plain marinara, which is just bland, really not great. Like I wanna like figure out a nice sauce. Maybe there's like the way to like get the garlic one basically, but then also add just a bit of a, not like really hot, but like just a bit of a kick to it. That would be my ideal, I think. Chili flakes, hey? Might have to try that. Hey, Ascorian. Yep, this game is still subscription based, but I'm okay with it. The game is thriving, I'd say, as much as an 18-year-old game can be. SE just provided them with another budget for 11 to do more content, so it's gonna be interesting. Yeah, I don't usually put in anything like chicken or beef or anything into my spaghetti. I never do like the spaghetti and meatballs style thing, but that'd be really good. Get like a pack of meatballs, cook them up, or again, make my own. I've never made my own meatballs though. It's probably not that hard. You just probably get like beef and you just gotta like, I guess you gotta get some kind of a, like, I just gotta learn what I need to like make them stick together. It's probably like what, like eggs and some other stuff. I feel like eggs is almost in everything that is used to like stick things together so that they don't like fall apart. Plus then you can make your own meatballs like as big as you want, because like usually store-bought meatballs are really tiny. But tiny ones aren't necessarily bad for spaghetti. Oh, is that all you need, is just the higher fat ground beef? Okay. I usually buy lean ground beef. Do not breadcrumb ever. Noted. I am not a talented cook by any stretch, alright? For the longest time in my life, the only thing I ever made myself was like macaroni and cheese and grilled cheese sandwiches and stuff like that. Oh, dude, what am I doing? I'm going the wrong way. Ah! Heck. Nice job, idiot. I was thinking I already went around this corner, and so I started going left. You know what, though? I could have gone down there. I just realized I could have gone down there. I didn't need to run back this way. Because I just would have come up where, what's his name is. What's his name again? It's not Hooge the Torrent. What is the one here that drops... Wait, is it Torrent? Maybe it is Torrent. Is this one Torrent? The one that drops the... Signa? Monster Signa? What the heck is his name? Maybe it is Torrent. I thought Torrent was in Castle Ostroja, but maybe not. Maybe he's here. Okay, it is Torrent. Okay. Humouge. Humouge. I always get some of their names mixed up. Yeah, I could have gone down that way, though, and then I would have just had to drop down off the ledge instead. So I didn't need to run back, but it's fine. Me Deggy. Well, there's two in the castle that were pretty commonly camped, right? The hands, the Okote, and the feet, the Kihan, or I forget how it's pronounced. Nice job, idiot. Running the wrong way. Alright, whatever. We'll lose some time for that. It is what it is. Talking about spaghetti. My stomach doesn't know how to lead me through these zones. It's a good thing Semi injures this dragon, otherwise I don't know if I'd be able to kill it. She's really the real hero. She leaves, but I'm gonna call her back. Oh wow, it's like, what's that? 1%. I remember trying Thunder and I got hard resisted on the last fight, so I went with Blizzard and Fire instead. Alright, remember, I'm not facing the crystals, so I need to do this. Oops. Forgot where Windurst was in the menu. It's always Bastok Sand... Oh wait, Sandy, Bastok, Windurst. Yeah, it remembers your direction and your position, Well, I don't actually... Does it remember your direction? Maybe it only remembers your position. Maybe it always faces me the same direction, but the position is what it remembers. Of when you set your home point, yes. Please. It does remember orientation? Okay, well, there you go. Confirmed. I think that was the door opening and closing from the other guy leaving. I didn't realize it was going to play the sound effects. And I want to just take this moment to thank everybody for hanging out and chatting and just being beautiful while we do this run. Whether you're here for 5 minutes or 5 hours, I greatly appreciate you all. Thank you. That time loss is basically for running the wrong way in Gideus. Bad feel. That's pretty much all that was. Okay. Nope, we're just trading all that now. So I need to grab some out of my case for the next set. Where are we going? Treon. I almost forgot where I had to go. No! Menu! The pasta talk. Oh man, I want pasta so bad. Hopefully it's a PB, so it'll be victory pasta and not non-PB where it's shame pasta. Victory pasta tastes much better than shame pasta. I can confirm. I've eaten much shame pasta in my life, so I know. Well, yeah, hopefully this Elven is in a better location. Last time he was at, like, the farthest possible point he could have been, which sucked. So hopefully it's not the case this time. Jugner, one of the few zones you can warp to and start moving immediately. It actually makes it a little bit trickier, because there's a lot of obstacles to run past at the beginning of this zone. But you're also trying to, like, hit your macro for the raptor. Yo, someone's doing Emperor Arthro. Good time to do those. Really good time to do those, actually. Because of the double Unity rewards. You get double boxes this month. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, you get the NQ and the +1 in the same kill. That'd be kind of funny. I still have to do the Antikin or Antika again a couple more times because I need to get Dieter the belt. Hey, there's an NM out here. Zagted. Or Zadtag. Meteor Mauler. I don't know if I've ever seen that orc before. Maybe. Just don't remember. Ooh, yeah, that's a good body, Melly. I'm not really back into Summoner yet, but I still think that that body, even if it's not the main body Summoners use, that body has still got to have a point, right? People still got to use that thing, right? Yeah. It's really nice. Where did you go, Melly? If you're back, by the way, what server? Like, are you... Because if you're on Shiva, I'll help you farm that. Odin, okay. I'm sure Odin's a pretty... Well, not a big server, but it's bigger than most servers. Odin and Bahamut are kind of like the mid-high tier ones. So, you probably could find people to go do that with on Odin, I would assume. Nice, Flamey. Yeah, I haven't even started, like, job points or anything yet, so... But that's something I want to do at one point, I think, because... Summoner was fun. I enjoyed it when I played it back in the 75 era. And it's pretty good now if you can get a... Like, especially if you have Nirvana. I don't have that currently, but... Chell's gonna have all the points for making another Mythic soon, so... I might as well, like, plan something. Either making a Tizona on him also, or... Nirvana. Like, those are the only... I guess Burt Gang, but I just... Like I said, I cannot... There's a massive mental block in creating a Burt Gang for me, and that's just... I just can't... I can't... I can't, like, convince myself that that's a good idea when I know I have to do the Magian Trials after. I just can't. That was a little bit better luck than last night, so... I'll get a little bit of that time loss that I had in the last split back. Not much, but a little bit. Yeah, I just can't, man. Sure, yeah, having a Burt Gang would be nice. I don't really play my Paladin much anymore, but it's a sword, you know, it's kind of like Death Penalty. It's a sword I always wanted to have for Paladin. Yeah, the Atonement Trials is why I don't really want to do it, Melly. It would be very time-consuming to do the Atonement Trials. Very, very, very time-consuming. Atonement is just a really finicky weapon skill in general. Because its damage is enmity-based, it's not anything else. So you have to build hate on a mob before it will do any good damage. Yeah, it's capped at, like, what, 1,500? It used to be 750. When it first came out, Atonement capped at 750, but now it's 1,500. I believe, anyway. I honestly don't know, because I haven't pushed it to its limit and tried. But I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Atonement needs to be fixed. They need to tweak Atonement badly. 100%. 100% they need to. That would definitely be a question for Martel Flamey. I would 100% ask him about that, if you're wondering. That'd be interesting. You're not making a Burt gang? Never? Never, never? You know, they say never say never. Weapon skill damage and enmity. Okay, there you go. That's good to know. Thanks, Saturn. Oh no, Melly's the new sick. I'll take all your Alexandrates, thank you very much. It still does garbage damage. I know, yeah, I know. You know, if this cutscene would make more sense, when these guards come out to block the way, they shouldn't have their swords so high up in the air, because I could definitely walk right underneath. Oh wait, no, they just... Oh, I thought they, like, clashed swords. Maybe that's somewhere else I'm thinking. Is that in a COP cutscene? Maybe. Never mind, they have the correct height of their swords. I'm gonna get cut down to size. Except that I'm already size. Only 12,000 Alex to go? That's actually not bad. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't done a non-Taru character in quite a while. Alright, off to Relude! And I won't run the wrong way this time. That's what I did on Monday night. Oh, never mind, I did. At least I didn't run all the way up the stairs, I should say. I didn't run all the way up the stairs. I'm an idiot. I'm such an idiot. Man, look at that sum of best. It's not really a realistic sum of best. It's probably closer to like 540, but still, like a sum of best that's that far under 6 hours. That's pretty awesome. Again, the record for this category is a 6 hour and 1 minute time. I don't remember the seconds, but 6 hours and 1 minute. So if this pace continues anywhere close to what it is, this will definitely beat that. For sure. Then it's only a matter of figuring out if I want to try level 50 Shadow Lord, which I do. I'm gonna make a new character. I'm gonna have to go through this kind of whole process and then test out some stuff. But I'll do it on a day that doesn't have gain XP. That way I don't waste a day of gain XP. Oops, forgot I have to hit it twice. This time I have this macro, so that's good. Comfy music. What a strong OST this game has. Though 11 has an unfair advantage in that being an MMO, it's got so many songs. Like there's, with all the different expansions and everything, there's such a mass of music for this game. But I mean, even despite that, it's still got a really powerful soundtrack. Alright, let's see. Let's pull out the coral meat. Let's pull out... What else? Crystals. The clusters will be good enough. Actually, I can make a macro for that. I can write it fast enough without getting stuck. Lightning cluster. Lightning cluster. Good. Do you think her body's, like, just part of the cutscene, or do you think her body's laying in that room, like, 24/7 in-game? Like, if you could clip through the wall, do you think you'd see her body laying there? These are the things I wonder. Is Ring gonna be ready for next one? Oh, it is ready. Okay. One way to find out. Oh, I don't know how to clip through the wall, but I might be able to, like, trick the camera into, like, kind of looking on the other side of the door, though. Sometimes if you get close enough to, like, the wall, you can kind of, like, clip through with the camera. Oh, I forgot about that. I don't know how to use that, though, honestly. I don't remember. I'd have to look it up. But yeah, that is probably a way to check. I'll do that someday, maybe. I'm just curious if Yuma's character is on the ground laying there in Delkfoot's even, like, all the time, like during when you aren't in the cutscene. Like, I'm just kind of curious if she's just laying there on the ground, or if that's part of the cutscene only. I'm gonna buy another warp scroll here because I didn't really mean to use the warp scroll. Yeah, I'm just kind of curious if like she's there on the ground. Buy a warp scroll from this guy. that not work? Oh. I guess that doesn't work. Wait, what? You can't trade clusters to these guys? What? The more you know. I thought they took clusters also. Well, alright then. That was a bit of a waste of time. Whatever. I could have swore I'd traded clusters before. But I guess not. Thinking face. Alright. Remember, this time I have to actually finish the Tenshoto quest before I try to go through the door. Minor time loss from yesterday that I did. I forgot to do that. You should do that. Leftover spaghetti's not quite as good as fresh spaghetti, but it's okay. I used to cook myself like a big pot of spaghetti and I'd always have leftovers. But now I've just come to the point where, you know what, I just cook a fresh pot every time. So I only cook enough for like one plate of spaghetti now. I kind of have a rough estimate of how much to put into the pot. Oh god, I forgot it fixes the camera on this one. Do I have a spaghetti measure? I don't even know what that is. My hands? Oops. I pull the spaghetti out of the box with my hands, and then I break it, and then it goes in the pot. No, I don't have anything like that. I just estimate with my hands. Oh, interesting. It's meant to like try to like help you with like portion sizes. Someone's in here. I need to grab something out of my inventory to sell. Shoot. From my other inventory, that is. Looks like I caught up to somebody doing the exact same quest as I am. Let's see if they can keep up. What else do I have? I can sell the cluster. That won't be very much, though. It'll be like maybe 400 or 500 gil. I need to have like 3,300 gil left for the melon juice, plus some home point warps. Maybe I will have to buy one more thing from Sparks Guy. But I don't get back to the Sparks guy for a while now, so... I just gotta be careful I don't screw myself at a gill and then I can't warp around. That would be a really terrible way to lose a run. I should double check this now. What do I have? This, these, this, and this. Yeah, not very much. That'll give me some. Apple pies. And the chestnut wand. Ah, it's still not really enough. Oops. The bounty lists are worth 100 apiece. I got the meat before I leveled, yeah. I might lose some time. Oh, I'm gonna lose some time on this split because I'm trying to figure out my gill. How many melon pies do I have left? 5. I could have still sold 3 more of these. And I can sell these off. That's 500 gil. That might be enough, honestly. Because I'm using Spell Warp for most things now anyway. I'm not home point warping very much anymore. Like, how many more home points do I have? Home point warps. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 more. Which is 900 gil. I have 36 right now, or 39? 36. I need 33. Well, or I could just buy 2 lemon juices instead, and then I only have 1 for the Shadow Lord fight, but... Selling 3 pies is 300, the 5 things is 500. I should have enough. Without having to go back. Also, if I had to, I could go spend some sparks if I was like, once I go back to Sandy for the last few warps, so it should be okay. I'll stick with only 2 melon juice though, screw it. I only really need 1 initially, and then 1 for Shadow Lord. That's it. And I think I could make the argument I didn't even need the 1 for Shadow Lord, because at 53 with Shantoto, it was pretty easy. So we should be okay. Hey, Robdat, thank you very much for the bits. Appreciate it. Oh, whoops. Ah, wrong way. How's my magic skill in this one? Got to 82. I think that's better than last time. Yeah, I don't think anybody does. Yeah, I could probably buy another one, but screw it. We'll just buy 2. We're using 1 right now. And we'll see how my hands feel. There's a reason I'm not playing Mega Man right now. It's very, very hard on my hands. Okay, we got that, we did this, we did that, we bought those, we bought this, we're doing that. Okay, so we should just have to warp from here and start going to the 3 locations for our Magicite after this. Ostroja first. You don't really slide much in 4 while holding B, honestly. That's more of a 5 thing, I think. No, that's Limit Break, Flamey. That's Limit Break 3. Oh, sorry, I read that wrong. Yes, no passwords. Yes, yes, yes. I read that completely the opposite of what you actually said. Oh my goodness, nice menu. Maybe we'll actually get first try door this time. Hello, Mr. NM. That shouldn't aggro me at this level. I don't know what level it is, but I'm level 53. It shouldn't. I've never had to worry about it before. We still got some stressful stuff to go yet in this run. Alright, left handle, let's go. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Might as well use these now. Have to use them anyway. Actually, I don't remember if I still need the sneak. I might not need sneak here anymore, I forget. There are bats that aggro, but I think I'm a higher level than them now. That was only for before, when I was trying to do this at a lower level before. Yeah, too weak. I'm gonna check the bats as I go. They should all be too weak, though. Yeah, the door is different because those ones are higher level. The ones right in front of the door, those are the first ones in the zone that go up in level from, like, these ones. So that's more relevant in my COP run. When I'm doing Limit Break 3. I want to do another one of those at some point. I just... Finding the time to commit to that is rough. That being said, though, like, if I did a COP run during the event time like this, it probably wouldn't be nearly as bad. It's still going to be super long, but it wouldn't be, like, 24 hours. It would probably be maybe somewhere between 24 and 18, maybe. A big bulk of the time loss comes from leveling from 70, or like the higher set, like 60. Actually, yeah, it's like 60s to 75. Those levels are the worst by far. The XP per hour just, ugh, thanks. Even with the XP band. I thought I had saved that run, too. I guess I never did. These ones are still 2 weeks, so maybe I don't need Sneak here. Maybe it's just Invisible. Because I don't even need Invisible yet. It's the ones that are down in the basement here that aggro site. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'll save myself a Sneak Oil, or Silent Oil, next time. So I don't... That's something I tested, Tenor, and I couldn't find a good way to combine those camps with proper leveling. One of the things that sucks about the Odd Urgan camps is there are no Fields of Valor books. Now, that's more relevant in a no event category where there's no double XP. Because any little extra XP you can get from kills, the better, right? So I camp mostly in areas that have access to Fields of Valor books or Grounds of Valor books, because that's a decent addition to XP. I'd have to go back into my notes. Actually, if you type !route, I believe a link to my COP notes is still there. But just keep in mind that those are a no event run routing. And then the one to the Shadow Lord notes is also my no event route notes. I don't have the link to my current ones I'm using right now with event set up yet on Moobot. Because that's mostly because my notes are still a work in progress for this route at the moment. Uh-oh. Please, that spell is gonna screw me. Wait, they de-aggroed. What? What happened there? Why didn't he attack me for so long? I thought he de-aggroed for a second, but he didn't. He just didn't do anything for a while. What was that all about? Huh. Oh, that was poor timing. What was that all about? He, like, the monk... I'm specifically talking about the monk. Like, the monk didn't swing at me a second time for, like, a really long time, and so I thought he de-aggroed me. But... then he punched, and I was, like, so confused. It's like it took 1.5 times his normal delay to re-punch me. Vicky, no! I love that song, by the way. The song called Sorrow. that plays during that cutscene is a really nice piece of music. Especially when you get to, like, the violin part. Really nice. Sad song, but I mean, it does its job. I think so, doesn't she? Isn't she involved in Zillart? I don't remember either. It's been a long time since I've done Zillart. I thought she was, but maybe she's not. I'm pretty sure she's in some other cutscenes, though. I know she's in cutscenes for, what is it, A Crystalline Prophecy? It's one of the add-ons she's 100% in. Because I know I remember that for some reason. Well, I shouldn't say I'm 100% certain, but I'm very certain she's involved in some of those cutscenes. I'm sure you could just look on the wiki, though, and it'll tell you where she's involved when you look her up. Almost 100%. As long as the wiki's up to date. Usually it is. Especially for older content, it usually is. Okay, my HP's in the yellow. Is that going to become a problem anywhere? I don't think so. Only potentially in Devoy for getting through the doorway, if the orcs aggro. That's the only real thing I think I need to worry about. In Zillart? Okay. I figured it was either that or, yeah, something like that. This bio is actually hitting me pretty hard. A pretty nasty spell. That will become a problem later, actually. I might want to get a cure from a trust in Bedeau. I think I'm going to do that. I'm going to summon a Peru, so she cures me, and then I'll zone in for my last Magicite. Because if I don't, I'm going to be in low HP for Feyen. And there's definitely undead in there. Definitely. These ones are actually all too weak. What the heck? These ones aren't, but these ones are the higher level ones. Alright, let's just wait and see where he goes. Please don't aggro me. Oh, crap. Go! Yes, okay. Woo! I was kind of lucky there because the Paladin just cast a spell. I have had that happen once before, where if the Paladin hasn't cast a spell in a while, he'll open with Flash, and that will interrupt you, and then you can get locked out. I did die there once because of that. where Flash interrupted me going through the wall. But if you're fast enough after the Paladin is casted, you should always get through no matter what. But yeah, Flash can definitely ruin you there if you're not careful. I think I'm losing time on this split. Had a few little hiccups this time. I never had any, I don't think, on Monday night. Everything went really smooth. Yeah, that one's kind of nice for that, hey, Tenor? Like, the other one where you need the Crimson Orb for Limit Break, that one's not as nice because you don't get a cutscene, so everything does not de-aggro you, and it'll chase you to the zone, so you have to be really careful on that one. That's one of the things I hate most about the COP run, is like, there's a couple things like that that are just really stressful, where you really don't want to screw it up. And there's like 4 orcs by that door, too, and one of them is a high-level one. One of them is a Dragoon, I think. It's funny because, so I've done one COP run. It was a no event run, so no double XP or anything like that. It took me 26 hours to do, 2 hours of which was farming my Black Mage Testimony, unfortunately. In all my practice stuff with COP, I got my drop for my Testimony in like 10 to 15 minutes, and that run took me 2 hours. I was really bummed out by that. But the COP part of the run is only like 10 hours long. Like, it's not much different than the Shadow Lord run here, in a way, with like, it's a little, obviously it's longer than the Shadow Lord story, but like 10 hours is not that bad if you compare it to some of the other long MMO, or long RPG speedruns, like Final Fantasy X or something. But it's the process leading up to that that takes forever, because you have to like level, and like everything I'm doing right now, I have to do this in the COP run also, because I have to get, you have to get up to chapter 4. You don't actually have to do the Magicite quest part, like I don't have to get this cutscene, but I have to get up to mission 4 so that I can get like the Quadov Charm and all that stuff for going through the door later for Limit Break, because you need those same items for that door too. So it kind of sucks. You do like almost a full Shadow Lord run in the middle of the COP run. Super easy, because now you can summon trusts for Matt. So Matt's not really a challenge anymore. It's a pretty free fight. You can summon trusts. You basically summon a whole party to help you, and he's the same as he was before. You get a couple, yes. You get the Rhapsody in White and the Rhapsody in Umber. But that's all. You don't get the next one because you have to defeat Shadow Lord to get the next one. No, you don't need it for Matt. You just need a Black Mage Testimony and the correct level for Matt. Do that again. I'm learning the event category, Angel. So there is a lot of rerouting, yes, because there's some things that are not needed in this route that are needed in my other one. Okay, we're gonna do this just so that I get my cure. So yeah, there's a lot of I'm basically rerouting my no event run to become an event run. And we did one run on Monday night. That was a 604. Almost a 605 there, as you can see on my splits. So this is only my second ever run with this category. Hey, buddy. I need you to do something. One of the bigger differences in this run is you don't get the Rhapsody and Umber key item in this run. Because it takes too long to get. You just level so fast even without it that you don't need to go get it. Which is a really nice thing, because that's one of the hardest parts of the run, of the other run. That fight in Quiffum is so hard. Oh, do you? Okay, well, there you go. That is something that I have in the route anyway because of the XP bonus that it gives, so I guess that'll always work. Good to know. But yeah, event basically adds anything event-based. Runs cannot be done with the no event category unless there's no events that affect the speedrun going, right? Like if double XP is on, you can't do a no event run, right? Or even something as simple as double skill up rate. If double skill up rate is going, you can't do a no event run, technically. Even though that really doesn't affect the run a whole lot, it technically, theoretically could affect, you know, like what if somebody went on a melee job? It could affect their accuracy by skilling up faster and dealing more damage while leveling. So because there's just that off chance of it affecting somebody's run, it's not allowed. So like, if double skill ups was running and it was the only event that was gonna affect the run running, it would actually make your run an event run instead of a no event run. It's one of the hardest things about running this game is there's really only maybe 2 times a year where doing event runs is really worth it, because double XP only happens usually once or twice a year. So like you have about 2 months usually out of the year where you can do this run, and then maybe 2 or 3 or 4 months out of the year where there's actually no events running that affect a no event run. So it's really hard to maintain momentum speedrunning this game because of that. And since the run is routed around gain XP, it means that there's literally only 3 times a week you could even do a run, maximum. Because gain XP only happens on Sunday, Monday night, Sunday morning, Monday night, and Wednesday. That's it. So, what do you do? But event category is nice because, like, I get to use Shantoto in this run. You're not allowed to use login points in the no event run, so you can't get access to like Shantoto 2 and stuff in that one. Whereas this one you do, and that's great. She's so good. I am utilizing, yes, it's double XP right now. It's also double Unity accolades, which is helpful as well. The trust campaign is on right now. So like, for example, if a trust dies, it'll recover to full health once. And the trusts have more HP and more MP during this phase. There's lots of little bonuses right now going on. It must be Umber Flamey because I don't get Azure in my COP run and I can summon trusts at Matt. It has to be Umber. You don't get Azure till after you beat Siren. And that requires you to defeat Shadowlord to get access to those ones. It really is, Melly, yeah. I still have my Matt's cap somewhere on Shell. On my main. Somewhere. They kind of had to, though, Angel, because of the community being a lot smaller. Things are just not readily available anymore. Like, just because you go to the auction house doesn't mean you're gonna find Icarus wings on the auction house, for example, right? You will probably on, like, the bigger servers, but on smaller servers like what I usually play on, you're not gonna just find that stuff all the time anymore. Nice, Melly. You did even better than I did then, because I didn't even bother starting to work on my maths cap beyond my, because I did Dragoon to unlock my job thing to, like, 75. I never even started working on the rest of it until Abyssia came out, and I think level 90 was the cap when I did mine. So it was a lot easier. That was the reason why I did it, because I figured, oh, this will be a lot easier to do now. Still takes a while to get, though. Like, you have to, like, still do a lot to get one. And honestly, Matt's Cap itself doesn't really do much for you anymore, because with home point warping, you're always just a home point away from this crystal right here. So, you know. Oh, is that what you do to unlock Matt's Trust? Oh. Interesting. Well, there you go. I was on the door. I stopped mashing. Oh, you know what? I have lots of gil now. I just realized. I forgot about the gil you get from ranking up, so I was fine. I didn't need to sell any of that other stuff, I guess. Oh well. That's fine. I'd rather be safe than sorry, right? Yo, that less than 1 second gold split. Let's go. Yeah, I honestly didn't know what gave me Matt. I just knew that I got him on Chell, and I don't have him on anyone else, obviously, but... Dieter and Simi have only fought Matt one time. Actually, wait. Simi never even fought Matt. Who did she fight? The Geo one. She did the Geomancer, rank up. She's never fought Matt before. Isn't that kind of crazy? That a character could be 99 without ever fighting Matt? Seems a little absurd to me. Though, I would argue the Geomancer one was actually pretty hard, to be honest. Some of those Geo quests are really tough. Like, those NMs, they're all those, like, elementals. They're all the Adulan elementals, usually, for a lot of the different rank ups. And those things are no joke. I think so, Angel. I think so. But don't quote me on that, because it's been a long time. No, you can go to Autolin, like, at a really low level, actually. Not bad at all. That. I have my warp scroll still, right? Yep. I don't think I need it anymore, but... Oops. MP's looking good. Yeah, you can just, like, Unity Warp to Battalia Downs now, and you're right at Upper Juno. You don't even have to run to Juno anymore. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, I don't know about that, honestly, Angel. I don't know if those ones are or not. I would actually say probably not. And the reason I would say that is mainly because you can't use trusts in certain things in Ottergan. Oh, I want to warp out of this one. Like, you can't use trusts in things like salvage, assaults, any kind of thing like that. So, I don't know, like, if it's a battlefield, it might not let you. So yeah, this is why I had to get my MP fixed in Badeau, because lots of undead here that would destroy me. Especially right by the end. Those new ghosts that they added at the end are really high level. They're easy prey even at level 99, so. There might be. There probably is. If there isn't, when you warp to South Gustaberg, it puts you very close to that zone. Because it puts you sort of at the bottom zone into North Gustaberg, like near where like Leaping Lizzie is. But there probably is a warp right to Grotto. That would not surprise me. Pull these out. Need to use these now. Oops, not store it. Oh, sorry. What am I thinking of? Dangriff Wadi. That's what I'm thinking of. Whoops. Sorry. You're right. You're right. Yeah, you can warp right there. There's also a home point crystal in Grotto now, too. That's right by the BCNM. But you have to get that first before you can use that. Yeah, I was thinking of Dangriff. No golem. Oh, there he is. This is risk. I probably shouldn't do this. Okay, we're fine. It's like the only site aggro thing on the way. Huh. Yeah, they moved a lot of stuff in this zone when it comes to mobs. Like, these are new. These ghosts are new. They're a very high level. They would have killed me very quickly. I'm gonna do that now. What is good, actually? Well, gives me lots of time. This is how we get my MP back. Crit me. Oh man, let me die. I don't know. But I'm really glad they added these ones, because this is a really convenient death warp. Very, very nice one. Let's go! Let's hope for no Sleepka. Oh, of course. That might have been... Oh, I thought that was too early also. You can't actually aggro and attack this guy. Before they aggro you, so I always attack the sorceress one and then... Okay, I need to do this first. Okay, we're good. I need to get hate on both the sorcerers so that they will start to move around. Ow. Looking for some skill chains. Alright, here we go. What do we got? Extortion. This is the tough part about this fight, is I'm dealing with all the interruptions. The trusts do most of the work here. Ah! There's another one behind me, isn't there? Yep. They're comboing me! They've got me in a lock! Okay. Heckin' heck! That's gonna interrupt me. Yep. Come on, dude. So frustrating. Okay, whatever. It's dead. Good job, Trusts. That was a little bit of a slow fight, but I got really unlucky. I got unlucky of the, like, timing that the melee skeletons were hitting me with, where it was, like, back and forth, back and forth. I couldn't get a cast in. I need them to attack me at, like, the same time so that I can actually combat cast. Okay, we've got lots of MP left, though, because of that, so I don't have to worry about the ring. I can just use my MP. She is, yep. Login points. I didn't spend 2 minutes running the wrong way. I spent like 12 seconds, or like 6 or 7 seconds, and then it cost me like 12 to 15. Gotta go fast, Millie! Gotta go fast! Speedrun. Speedrun, speedrun. It's almost over, though. We're almost done. And then, spaghetti. Making a big pot of spaghetti. I did more optimally die at the home point crystal though this time, which was nice, but the fight was slower, for sure. I'm already losing time, you can see. Not much, but... See, it was more than 3 seconds, Melly. God. It was almost 20 seconds. Heck. The record for this is 6 hours and 1 minute, and I'm not sure. Oops. Wrong menu. It's like 6:01 something. I'm not sure what the seconds are. But it's 6 hours, 1 minute, and something. So we should beat that if nothing goes catastrophically wrong in this final split. I'm totally ready to get aggroed by the skeletons inside Zarkabard, though. Are you ready for that? I'm totally ready for that. Let's do it. Nope! That would have been bad. Let's not go to Bucidine, please. Alright, mount. Don't aggro me, Good. Nice. Always paranoid about those. Actually, I think I saw a player there on the compass, so somebody might have already... Oh, they might be going into Dynamis, yeah, Dynamis. Yee. Yeah, if everything goes well in this final split, then I should beat it. Which is pretty good. This is my second attempt, too, so there's still lots of room for improvement. Ironically enough, though, the routing that the other guy had, based on the events that he had, his time, if done more optimally, should have been a lot better. Like, he got a 6:01. I would argue that his time should have been probably closer to 5 hours. Because there was an event going on for him. It was the one that has, like, all the little Malboros out in, like, the zones. He was getting levels so fast. Like, a lot of his leveling was so much faster than what I can do because of the event that he had. I don't have access to it. So, like, if the events ever line up again the way it did for him and those events are in line, there should be a much better time to be able to be put up on the event category. Like, I think after... When I looked at my splits with his, our split times... Well, okay, hold on. Not as good anymore, because... So my split time at the end of 2-3 is 4:18. 4 hours, 18 minutes, 10 seconds. His is like around the 4-hour mark when he finishes 2-3. So he should have a 20-minute advantage over me at that point. So somewhere between there and the end of the game, he's losing a pretty significant amount of time. Which makes no sense to me, because he's on Thief, and I'm on Black Mage. Like, he should be saving time on me throughout a lot of that chunk of that run, because he's got Flee. Also, I went the wrong way, but fine. Like, with Flee, you would think he'd be saving a sizable amount of time over the last 2 hours, but... I don't know. He also does a lot of that leveling early, so, like, before he even does mission 1-1, like, which is the very beginning, and before he farms his mount or anything, he's already level 32 before he does any of that. So he's already got Flee when he's, like, hunting stuff. So he's got Flee for his entire run. There should be a way, you would think, to be saving time with that over what I'm doing. Well, I don't know if you can really say anybody's runs in this are necessarily hard work, because we just never get to do a lot of attempts. Like, most of my hard work, if you want to call it that, has come from... There's no undead in here, right? I don't think so. Most of mine has come from doing the no event run first, and now trying to, like, tweak it and optimize it in this one. That hopefully is enough HP. I'm gonna have to pull out, like, Val or something. But honestly, a lot of it is just better routing. I'm very proud of my routing for this game. Like, the effort that I went through to tweak stuff to know when I want to use, like, home point warps or unity warps or book warping. Like, I did a lot of work and testing to make sure that I was doing the right ones at the right times. I did sink a lot of time into that, so I'm pretty proud of that. And a lot of that stuff doesn't change between the two runs. So if I'm faster in the other run, it'll make me faster in this one too. And I don't know how many people have put that much time into that kind of stuff. I just don't know. I'm certain that some people did, you know. But then I'm also certain that a good chunk of the people and other runners likely just copied what other runs did already, right? That's a pretty common thing in speedruns when you're first learning, is to just copy what you already have, other people have already done. But it's also one of the reasons why when I learn a speedrun, I try to do some routing on my own first. Likely a good chunk of the routing will not be used, and it'll be a little bit wasted, but at least then you're getting more eyes on something. If you always mimic and copy other people's runs, there's no opportunity for a run to get significantly faster, because you're just going to mimic. Testing always should get done to see if something, like, you know, what if fighting in a different location is faster, right? Like in this run, I'm leveling to 40 in Badeau instead of Crawler's Nest. Because I legit think that that's worth it because of how double XP makes such a big difference. And none of the other runs are doing that. Like, if I hadn't routed that for COP, I wouldn't have even thought about it, probably. Yeah, pretty much. It sounds, like, awful, but, like, honestly, that's part of the best part about speedrunning. People always, like, look at speedrunning and always look at the end result. They go, oh, here's the PB, or here's, oh, this guy's got record in this. Oh, nice, blah, 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 he must be amazing. It's like, you know what? A lot of speedrunning and a lot of the joy that I get out of speedrunning doesn't even come during attempts. Practice is almost way more fun and more interesting in some ways than actually doing runs. Like, I think practicing Mega Man 4 for me, for example, is way more fun than doing runs. Because I love to sit down and practice, like, a really hard trick or something, and just sit down. I'll practice it for hours and hours. When the ladder balloons were found in Cossack 2 of Mega Man 4, I played that stage like the rest of GDQ in the practice room, just like other people were playing other games and practicing their speed games for, like, maybe their runs or whatever they had to do, and there I am sitting playing Cossack 2 over and over and over and over again, because, like, I was addicted. It's so fun to, like, work on, like, something like that. Okay, here's the first tricky part. I want to get through this door preferably without taking any aggro first. So hopefully that guy doesn't turn. Oh, come on. Okay. We should be good now. Now we just gotta run. Oh, re-raise. Re-raise, re-raise. Almost forgot. That would have been another disaster. Alright, let's go. Man, the Japanese guy, his run through this section was so clean. Like, so clean. It was very impressive. Ow. Okay. We're good. Yeah, like his luck, I think he aggroes one goblin, he gets the trust on it, and then he goes through the rest of the doors without getting a single goblin on him. It's so surprising. Like, that is so lucky. Like, I have this strat built into my run for a reason, because this is such a hard... It's so hard to go through those rooms without aggroing goblins. And you don't want to fight anything if you don't have to. And it takes way longer to, like, engage on it to make the trust attack it. So... This has just been my solution to this issue. And, honestly, I'm pretty happy with it. It's worked out, I think, to my benefit overall. I do, yeah. I death warp for HP and MP after I'm at the top. Weakness is usually wearing off when I'm on the last, like, at the last part, after through all the teleport. It depends on how good your teleporter luck is, honestly. Usually weakness is wearing off around the time, but it doesn't really matter. If you're weakened or not, it doesn't matter. Your HP will still be really low, so you'll die quite fast. Alright, now we're into the bit of RNG. Come on, game. Let's go. Well, hopefully. If all goes well. You already ate my victory spaghetti? Well, heck. You better make some more. I'd love some victory spaghetti. Honestly, I'm less... I mean, it just kind of works out that it's the same thing. But I'm honestly less interested in actually beating the Japanese runner. And I'm more interested in just getting sub 6 hours. Like, that's the bigger milestone to me. Oh, man, come on. I mean, they go hand in hand just because of the times, but that's what I'm more interested in at the moment. Hey, Chocobo. Yeah, I love this game a lot. I never intended to ever speedrun this, by the way. It was never, like, a thing. This is just a game I've played for so long, and then I got into speedrunning other games. And then I slowly, kind of casually started to, like, look through what kind of speedrun content was available for this game. And I didn't even know if I'd like it. I tried it out. I was like, you know what? This is fun. I'll do it. And it's been a blast. Just another way to enjoy my favorite game of all time. Yo, what's up, Maha? Dude, these have been pretty bad teleporters. Rough. Rough. Please? Okay. We should be good now. All the danger is over. Again, I mentioned this last run, but like, to this day, I have not been aggroed when I've been teleported to the middle of one of those rooms. So I'm not sure if the demons can actually aggro you that way. But one of these days, it's probably going to happen, and it's going to knock my socks off, and I'm going to lose a run right at the end. Sad day. But that is not this day. We are good. Yeah, see, weakness is about to wear off there. 14 seconds. Oh, I know. I would have never... Well, I never even knew about speedruns until, like, 2013. I got into speedrunning super late, honestly. But, man, it's been amazing. I think my SMB3 PB, Flamey, has no hands. I think it does. And my SMB3 any percent, like, no wrong warp run also has no hands, I think. Pretty insane. Okay. Oh, not the wizard. I want the pawn. Dude. I probably shouldn't have death warped there, but that's fine. It's fine. I'll just, I'll use my ring. It's better to death warp after, I forgot. It won't make a big difference, though. Hey, Elhex. Yeah, this was not intended. Work was struggling to find... They were trying to schedule me stuff, and it wasn't working out. They couldn't seem to, like, get my schedule sorted. So I told them, well, why don't you try to book it for Thursday, all my calls for Thursday instead, because I'm supposed to be on vacation on Thursday. So I said, well, why don't I move my vacation day to today, and you book my stuff for tomorrow? And so they're doing that. So then I was like, well, good. Now I have my day off, and I can do a run, because Wednesday has Gain XP. So it worked out. Honestly, with the fact of travel being an issue nowadays, with COVID, and like GDQs are unlikely for me for quite a while because of COVID travel limitations and stuff, I may be sinking more vacation days into like Wednesdays if there's like a good time to do runs or something, maybe. We'll see. Depends on if I like get back into the casual grind again hard. But this has been a nice distraction this month. I wanted to. I sure wanted to, buddy. Guess what time I started it? I planned to wake up after I went back to bed because of, you know, not working. I was like, I set my alarm for 12, and I'm like, this is when I want to wake up. So I have lots of time to sort of wake up, eat, you know, be prepared, all that good stuff. If I woke up at 12, I don't remember it. But if I did, I had to have woken up, turned my alarm off, and went back to sleep. Because I don't remember it happening. I ended up waking up at like 1 p.m. almost on the dot. And by the time I looked at my phone, like because I was up for a little bit and I looked over at my phone and I saw 1:05 or whatever, or 1:03, I was like, no. Because Gain XP starts at 1 p.m. for me, so it was already started. So by the time my run actually started, I was about maybe 5 or 7 minutes after Gain XP started. So I did not have Gain XP live for the last 3 levels. From level 50 to 53, Gain XP was over. So not a huge loss, but it did probably cost me a little bit of time. And that's where you see there, like, I lost 2 minutes, or almost 2 minutes. That would be probably tied partially to that I was not getting as much XP. So that's just the way it is. So yeah, I want to start about 20 minutes probably before Gain XP starts. That's probably the ideal location or starting time, I would say. At the moment. Oh yeah, I don't think I have to mash here. There's no lines for a while. Not till Shadowlord actually starts talking. Oh, you're talking about the warp down the stairs? Yeah. I wonder if Fergalite, I think that was the guy's name, the Japanese runner. I wonder if he'll ever come back and do more runs. I haven't seen him do runs. Like, since I started running, I don't think he's done runs since. His PB in this category was in, like, 2019. Like, late 2019. So I'm always curious if he'll come back. Especially here, like, if I beat his time here, like... Sometimes some people in the speedrunning community thrive off competition. And when their time gets beaten, they usually return. But I don't know if he'll be the same way or not. I'm also going to change how I use Mana Font in this run. We're going to Mana Font immediately after the first spell. Alright, here we go. Paladin, White Mage, Ranger, Black Mage. Same setup as last time. We're going to be trying some alternate setups when I come back here to try it at level 50 in another, like, practice thing. When I'm not doing an actual run. But at this point in time... I did this in the wrong order, but that's okay. Let's go, boy. Don't cast what you know I don't want you to cast. Don't do it. Okay, good. Excellent. Oh, come on. Forgot to do bio. Shoot. Stellar Arrow. Looking for light skill chain on that. I don't know if Val's gonna have TP yet though. Oh no, there it is! Heck. Heck ice spikes, dude. That sucks. Paralyze is awful. Although Val's the only one meleeing, so hopefully it won't be a big deal. In the other run, I have Halver meleeing also, so it's a much more punishing spell. Ten more seconds on Mana Font. He's gonna put his arm up here in a second. Right? There it is, okay. Oh shoot, I didn't grab my... Oh, I'm in range of that? Oh, I'm full NP, we're good. Alright, Shantoto. Help me out. That's 276. I'll say 270. That's 300. That's 468, 490. 520. 780. Good, okay. Still in range. What the heck? Normally that doesn't hit me. Yo, nice. Sidewinder, beautiful. Val, you want to hook us up with a skill chain? No? Did you already weapon skill? Alright, time to finish it off. 168. It's probably going to be just magic kill now. I don't think he's going to go back to physical vulnerability. Brew's MP's low, but it always is. Come on. Stop resisting. There we go. Okay. Well, we're gonna win. For sure. But it was a little bit slower fight than yesterday. I didn't get lucky. Last night Monday night I got lucky because they hooked us up with a skill chain right before he went invulnerable to magic. And Shantoto and I both magic bursted him, and he went right back into physical mode immediately. It was so fast. Like, it was one of the best ideal scenarios you could probably have in this fight. Red Lotus. Is that going to be a fusion? Anyone? Anyone? Lessen the pain? What does that do? Fusion? Decision! Okay, well, I think we got him. Just gotta watch for the end of this move here, and it's over. $555.50. Wow, that was 5.01 seconds away from a really memey time. Oh, there we go. There we go. This run is officially like 80 minutes faster right now than my no event run. So my no event PB is 7 hours 15 minutes. That's pretty sizable increase in speed. And like I said, if this level 50 thing that I test out here, hopefully the rest of this week works, There's a good chance that this could come down to like closer to like 5 hours and 30 minutes. If I can find a way to beat Shadow Lord at level 50, because then I don't have to do Limit Break at all. That would be pretty sick. Alright, we're gonna find Tort, because we know Tort's on this server now. We're gonna find that guy. I already saw him say something in Unity chat like 3 hours ago, so he'll still be on, right? Unless somebody else in chat is on Leviathan and wants free guild, because I'm gonna be deleting this character, so... So I might as well give the guild to somebody. So if you're on Leviathan... Oh, is he on Leviathan? I'll see if Tort's on first. Oh. I was feeling a little bit of nervousness going through the castle, but I'm gonna be honest. I was a lot less nervous, and just the hunger part of my body is starting to take over. I was just like, I really need to eat. Is it? You know, I keep saying this, but I really do need to play 14. I really do. At least play the story. That's something I should do. It's just been too long. Still to this day, I've never played it.